first, Ruby and Ruby on Rails. You can see my screen, right?
Yes, we can.
Yes. So what is Ruby according to you? My sessions are mostly interactive. I would love anyone to answer my questions. Okay. So what is Ruby and what is Ruby on Rails according to you?
Ruby is the basic concepts of programming, and Ruby on Rails, that's the platform we are working on.
Exactly. So Ruby is the language, and Ruby on Rails is a framework which is built in, obviously, the language Ruby. So language and the platform or the framework. Ruby on Rails is a framework, just like any other framework like Spring, Struts, in other language, Django, your Android SDK, that's another framework or a platform. So like this is a Ruby on Rails framework. So why do you need a framework? You already have your Ruby, but why do you need a framework? Or a platform, as you said. So why do you need a framework? Can anyone answer this?
For ease?
For why do you need a framework? Yeah, for ease, exactly. For ease. Any other answers you can think of? Right. So basically it's for ease, developer ease, right? It would make the developer job happy. I mean, it's a pre-built framework so that you can do write specific parts of code in specific parts so that you can have your working application. That is developer ease, as you say. Right. So a simple example or a basic example, if you take a photo of yourself or photo of a family, it would look better in a frame, right? A photo frame, because it has, durability, increases the durability, aesthetics, and portability, etc., etc. Like that, this framework, using a framework, gives you a number of advantages. So as part of this curriculum, we'll first learn the language Ruby, which is required for performing Ruby on Rails, creating or adding additions or creating new features in Ruby on Rails. So second part will touch on Ruby on Rails, creating a Rails application, etc. Right. So coming to Ruby language, basically it is a interpreter-based language. So what is an interpreter-based language? Interpreter-based language is a language where instructions are read line by line. So if you have done in academics or somewhere C programming, you need to write the whole program and then compile it, right? And you'll get a class and bytecode file, and then you have to execute it. So two parts are there in compiler-based language. But Ruby is not a compiler-based language. It is a interpreter-based language. So line, for example, this is an instruction in Ruby, line 1, and this is an instruction in Ruby, line 2. Change into bytecode happens line by line. So execution is line by line. And there is no compilation. Okay, so interpreter-based language. Ruby is an object-oriented programming language. Now, here, this is the most important part of Ruby. What is object-oriented programming? Very basic. One liner is enough. Can anyone answer that? According to you, what is object-oriented programming?
Everything is an object, and every object has attributes and has properties for this one.
Exactly. So, so why do you need to have an object and attributes? So,
Because
coming to
I don't repeat my work. And I can make as a one class and inherit this class for many times.
right, exactly. So this is at a programming level, right? So what at a design level, or I mean, whoever is creating new applications, right? So earlier they were only C programs, right? C programs and again CGI, that too internally written in C, etc. So later on came this concept of object-oriented programming. C programs, as you can see, is procedural programming, procedural language. So instructions are written continuously, line after line in functions. Like previous versions, earlier versions of JavaScript in the sense like before object-oriented JavaScript has come into picture. Since a few of you know JavaScript, right? So earlier versions of JavaScript did not have any kind of object-oriented concepts built into it. So that kind of a programming. Okay, so when they were doing this procedural programming, right, they found like enhancing the existing application or making changes or bug fixes, etc., was really a headache, or it was very cumbersome to do so. So they came up with this object-oriented programming languages programming concept. It's a concept where you could represent a particular entity by means of a class, okay, and add attributes to it, etc., etc. So let me explain this in a bit detail so that people with no programming background right into object oriented would understand better. Okay, for example, as I can see, so Hunger Station works on it's a major food delivery app, I guess. So what all entities are required to build this application? For example, this is not a software application. Take into consideration, Hunger Station is not a software application, but it is a store. Hunger Station is a store, for example. So, which delivers, customers can call and delivers, for example. So, what all entities are required by Hunger Station? Can anyone? So, first, working professional, right? Right?
Yes.
Like delivery boys and store operators, right? So these kind of guys. You need phone contacts of delivery partners, food partners, someone food joint partners, etc. And many other things. Okay, basically working professionals we can say as users and customers, right? Probably this is most of you know of this, but you, for example, we need these entities. This is just a few. You require a number of entities, as you know, but these are a few, right? So now we are trying. Hunger Station has grown from a store to the huge business, so that you require a software application now. So for creating a software application, These entities you want to represent in object-oriented programming languages. Okay, so what I have to do, I have to represent a particular, for example, take user or a customer, for example, customer. So customer coming to hunger station, what are his attributes and what are his actions? What do you expect a customer from coming to hunger station to
Customer
do?
phone, customer address,
Exactly. Phone number or contact, address.
and
Yeah,
IDs.
yeah, that's enough. Yeah. So two, and what do you expect him to do?
Order a
Creating a
food.
new order.
Exactly. Creating new order. Anything else? Text for example. This is the action and these are the attributes. So let me put attributes. So actions performed by customer. So this non-technically we call what customer has. This technically we call attributes or variables or member variables, more precisely. Variables or member variables. Actions, if are called technically, right? Functions or methods. So who is the entity? Customer is the entity. What he has are what you declare as variables. See, variables, and what he does are declared as methods or function. Right? Any questions on this simple concept?
Um, Actually, I came just from a little bit, so I'm trying to follow up, guys.
This is
Sorry.
just, yeah, this is just an example. We did not write any code.
I know,
Okay.
but then I still I try to get all what you work on it or what you explained.
So I'll take a small example. I need hunger station also needs cars, for example. They are delivering on their own. Okay. So according to you, what I'm writing a car class, what a car has, what does a car have?
Also a phone and address
No, no,
and
what does a
customer address.
no, a physical car, what does it have?
Engine.
Yes, exactly. So a car has an engine or a steering, wheels, etc. Right? Etc. Etc. Lamps, headlamps, bonnet, etc. Etc. So, okay. What does a car do?
Moving.
Yes, car do. This is what does a car have? The question is car have, and this is sorry. I'll pull this up a bit. What does a car do? As you said, moving, we could say something like accelerate, decelerate, stop, start, switch gear, if it is a manual. Okay, these kind of stuff, right? So these are nothing but you declare them as methods in programming languages. In any programming languages, okay, the functionality is defined by functions. So what does a car do is actually a function. What does a car do is actually called variables. What does a car do or called? Methods or functions, right? Now it's clear.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll simply write a Ruby class. See, we don't know Ruby, we not start Ruby yet, but even then I'll try to write it so that you could understand. Class car. Class is the keyword to create a class. End is ending the class. This is how we write a class. If you want to write it in a new tab, here I'm using Sublime Text. Sublime Text 3 is also released. Sublime Text as my editor. You can use Ruby Mine, which is a paid editor, which is very good. Sublime Text and even Atom you can use. Most of them use Ruby Mine, either Ruby Mine or Sublime Text. Okay. You can use even Notepad++, etc. Okay. So here I'm writing a class car end. This is, I saved this as on my desktop as car.rb. RB is the extension for
Ruby.
a Ruby file, exactly. It's for Ruby file, RB. So saved it. This is a car class and this is a Ruby file. So where is my file located on the desktop, right? So let me check. Well, another question, Aman, what systems are you using? What OSs? What is the OS that you're working on?
Mac.
Mac.
Or
Mac.
we,
Okay, everyone is Mac.
yes.
Yes, good. Aman. Because Ruby on Rails applications are best supported on Mac. It is always advisable to use Mac. If not Mac, any Linux flavor, especially Ubuntu. Okay, but since you all have Mac, by default you would have Ruby, right? So you can just type in. Can any one of you or all of you type in and simply say Ruby-V on your terminal? Just open terminal and type in a Ruby-V. Ruby space -V. What is the version you get?
2.7. I
So,
upgraded today.
so everyone have upgraded. Okay. Okay. So your project specific version?
2.3.
2.3. Okay. Got it. So I guess, so Ruby is already installed in your machines. Anyone who doesn't have Ruby installed in the machine?
Wait, I just check.
Okay.
Problem if we have a different version, right?
Ruby, yeah, we have different versions.
Yeah. 2.6 with me.
Okay.
For me, it's 2.6.
Okay, good. So everyone has Ruby in their machines. See, if at all you're working on multiple projects, for example, okay, then you need to install something called RVM, Ruby Version Manager. Let me try and open it. Most of you might know, but if you don't know, manager. So why do we need this Ruby Version Manager, first of all? Ruby version manager, for example, Hunger Station is working on Ruby on Rails 5.3. Do you know the version of Ruby on Rails used by Hunger Station?
Actually, it's 2.4.
2.5?
2.4.3.
No. I'm not talking about the Ruby version. I'm talking about Rails version.
Okay.
So you can say Rails -v for that. Come on, I hear you can't get that, but in your project, there will be a file called gem file. For example, this is a Ruby on Rails application. You'll be finding a file called gem file, right? So here they would specify the Rails version. Do you know what kind of a version it is for Hunger Station?
Yes, 5.0.4.
Okay, it is Rails 5. Got it. So imagine you're creating a older version of Rails application. You got an application to work on. So that Rails application is on, I'll just write it here. That Rails application is on version 3.2. Okay. And you're contracting another application, working for another application, which is Rails version 2.0 or something. And Hunger Station Rails version is 5.2.
5.0.4. Yes.
Okay, let us consider 5.0. 5.0. So you have 3 Rails applications and you have a single laptop. Imagine this is the scenario. 3 applications, 3 different versions, and a single laptop. The problem is Rails version 5 requires minimum 2.2.2 Ruby version. Okay. Similarly, this requires Ruby 1.8. It doesn't work with Ruby 2.0. This one minimum requirement is something like Ruby 2.0 or 1.9, I guess. Okay. So you have to, each and every Rails application requires a different Ruby version, because the rapid improvements made into Rails and Ruby, if you want to work on a Rails 3.2 application with Ruby 2.2.2 version, it is not compatible. The application will not work. Got it? So it means in your laptop or in your desktop, you need multiple versions of Ruby, right? Agreed? Everyone is following?
Yes.
So in order to install multiple versions of Ruby, right, I can use RVM, Ruby Version Manager. So if at all you have the requirement, you can simply do this. For installing RVM with default Ruby on Rails in one command, you can do this. Or else simply Ruby, you can use this single command on your terminal. That would install RVM onto your machine. Once you get RVM installed, I can say RVM list. Since I work on multiple projects or different version, I have right from 2.1.1 to 2.6. Now, as one of the participants said that they have upgraded to the latest Ruby version 2.7, right? I can try doing that. RVM install 2.7. If it is the correct binary, it would install. Otherwise, it would not. So Ruby 2.7 binary, it is not able to find. I have to search it by myself. RVM 2.7. 2.7.1 binary, I guess. So no binary Ruby is available for OS X 2.7. Let me try for 2.7 quickly. If it installs, we'll install. Otherwise, we'll skip that. Yeah, found remote file. So it found 2.7.1. So it would install it. So then if I say RVM list, right, you'll get 2.7. Not yet, since it is still installing it. It will take some time. So understood? So if at all you have that requirement, you can use RVM. Any questions on this so far? Any questions on this?
So this RVM, the RVM it will be should be specific version, right?
Yeah, you can install any specific version. RVM install is the command. And for example, you want to install Ruby 2.0. Simply say Ruby hyphen 2.0. Okay. If you want to install 2.7, 2.7.1. So if it doesn't find, for example, if I say 2.59, etc., which it doesn't exist, it will say I'm not able to find the binary. So then you have to Google search and see what is the correct binary, and then you can install it. Or else simply you can find the download Ruby is there, right? In that you can find the specific version. So download Ruby lang or downloads. You can see this, right?
Yes.
People who are working on Windows can use Ruby installer, but since you are Mac, right, you can, it's already installed, or you can use RPM. Stable releases, you can see Ruby 2.7.1. So this binary will be found. So simply you have to come here, RVM install, and say Ruby hyphen 2.7.1, this binary.
Yeah.
Or else you want to install 2.6.6, simply write 2.6.6 like that. If you write anything like 2.7.0, it won't work because there is no binary for it here, right, in the stable release. Got it?
Okay. Good.
Okay. Still configuring, okay. Right, let us come back to our original discussion of class car. So this class car.
Sorry to interrupt. This
ahead.
command is not running for me, by the way.
Which one?
For RVM.
Which one? Curl one? This one?
Yeah, for RVM.
Did
Can
you
you
try
send me this command?
this one?
Yeah. Yes.
Can I know who's this? Ashraf?
This is Omar.
Omar. Okay. Yeah. I just pinged it for everyone. You can come and put it on the terminal, but all you want to install RVM. Okay. And later on, once RVM install, you can type in RVM install. Okay. But see, if you're,
Thank you.
so there's another catch for it. Your can anyone open your Hunger Station gem file and see the gem version, right? And there will be Ruby version as well in the gem file. What Ruby version do you find there? In here, just above Rails, you'll have Ruby version also in the gem file.
So it's different from the terminal. If I take it out from the terminal, it's different than the gem file. No, this is the question.
No. I'm asking you to open the Hunger Station app will consist of a gem file, right? Gem file. In that, what is the Ruby version you have? What is specified in your application?
In our application, this 5.1.6.1 gem file.
I
That
don't
is
have it on this, so I don't know.
Ruby version, Ruby.
The version is 2.6.
2.3.0. Okay.
No, 2.6.
2.6. Okay. Just like this. Okay, good.
Yeah,
So
for me, I don't know if the guys same as Matas said from a little bit.
Rails version.
okay.
Talk about Rails Matas or
So it is Ruby 2.6 that you're using for your application, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So it means once you install RVM, you can't simply work on your application. You have to switch to that specific Ruby. Then, so RVM use, which one we have to use?
yes, 6.0.
Right? This one we have to switch your Ruby in here first and then say Rails S or whatever commands or whatever you want to work on, Rails console, etc. Right? So your application requires this, you have to switch your RVM or Ruby version to the specific version, then only your application will work. Okay? If at all you're doing it via RVM. If you're not using any kind of an RVM, no problem. You can directly work on your workstation, your laptop. Okay? Any questions or confusion in this?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So this will change for all directory, right? I can't having two different version for two projects running at the same time, if that's possible. So I can't use 2.5 something in one directory and 2.7
Yeah.
And
Yes.
another one, I can do this, or I have to set it as default for all the directories
No, you can
that
switch
I
it.
have.
No, one terminal, you can
Uh,
switch it to one version, one directory, and another terminal, you can switch it to another Rails version.
okay, so I can use two different versions of Ruby
Right,
and in
yes.
two different terminals. Yeah.
Yes, say at the same point of time, you can execute two applications simultaneously, different versions. You can do that. Yes.
Okay, that's cool.
Right. Any other questions? Okay. Now come to our class car. This is Ruby that we are writing here. Hash is a command, single line comment in Ruby. I want to comment code in Ruby. Okay. Something like this. These are variables, right? What the car does, accelerate. So that should be written in, written as a function, right? In Ruby, how do we write a function or a method? It is using def keyword. End is ending the method.
One small question here, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, for variables, we don't have to define the type of it. So directly we write the variable name and assign a value to it, so it will define it automatically.
Yeah, I'll come to that. This is just an example.
Okay.
Next I'll come to that. Okay. How to define, that's it here, because in Ruby we have multiple, nearly 5 types of variables. So I'll come to that. So defining a method, def, and method name followed by end. This is how we write a class in Ruby. Any confusion? C is small, lowercase, class car. Class names are always capital, start with capital. Okay. Def, keyword to define a method. End, end a method. This end is for class ending, right? Any questions? As simple as that. Create a class car. Any questions on this so far? How to write a class? In any language, it would be the same.
Yes, sir. Please, the last end for first one class car, exactly.
This is the end for car class.
Yeah, and end before def.
Class ends here and method ends here, right? Got it? This is method end and this is class end.
Okay.
Okay, we have car class. So in as we have discussed, customer or a car. Why do we create? This is a prototype of the real car. We want to show that real car or write that real car in software or Ruby using class. We want to represent that. So what it has variables, what it does is your methods. Okay, so you've done it. So there is another concept. So what is the definition of a class? Basically, what is a class? Definition. I'll say definition of a class. Class is a prototype for something. What is the something? The something can be anything. For example, in our class, car, customer, laptop, any object, anything. Okay. Class and an object. Anyone knows what is an object? What is an object? What is an object? These two terminologies are pretty important for any object-oriented programming. Once you understand this concept, right, your Rails programming or Ruby programming is pretty simple. That is what I'm stressing on this part. Okay, what is an object? Anyone?
It's an instance from a class.
Exactly. So the definition goes like, it's an instance of a class. So what does this mean? The literal meaning of an instance of a class is, instance means it has all the properties and behaviors, that is functionality, behaviors or functionality of the class. Okay, so it has all the properties, these properties, behaviors or functionality is this of the class. Okay, if that is the case, can you give me any example of objects of car class? What is an any example of an object of car class? Can anyone tell this? Answer this.
Maybe
SUV.
SUV. Okay. Anything else?
press transmission, for example.
Transmission. See. Okay. See, SUV is type of a car. Okay. But I'm asking any object of a car class. So it means object of car class or instance of a class. For example, I say I'm an instance of my parents. For example, I'm an instance of my parents. It means I have their features. Their features, I mean, like their eyes, their nose. We get some physical features from our parents, right? So those are properties. Some behaviors, for example, I walk like my dad. I talk like my mom. These are behaviors that we get from them, right?
This cars is the main class, and
Right.
any kind of car,
Exactly.
Hyundai car.
Yes, any kind of car. I mean, any car on the road is an instance of this car class because it has one steering, four wheels, engine. It can accelerate, decelerate, stop, and start, right? So your Hondas, your Camrys, or your Mercedes, like any car which has four wheels, one steering engine, which can accelerate, start, stop, is an object of this class. Understood the concept?
Okay.
Anyone who did not understand this concept, because this is pretty important for us. Okay. I assume everyone understood about it. So another question. Any example of objects of customer class? I mean,
VIP customer, for example.
yes. Any user, for example, John, etc., etc., right? Any person who is a customer, physical person, is an object of this customer class. Okay. Right. How can I execute this? I'll comment this, otherwise through. How to execute? It is on my desktop. So desktop Ruby car.rp. It has executed. I did not print anything. So it did not give me anything. It has executed without any issue. How do I create an object of this class? Create object of car class. Honda equal to car. Class name of the car dot new. So class name dot new is nothing but your object. Or dot new. That's it. This is a class car, the entire thing. This is an object Honda. This is an object Camry. Okay, let us execute. Yes. Puts is printing something onto the console. Put string. It is called put string. Honda. Put string Camry. First one is obviously. First one is Honda, right? Because I printed Honda. Second one is Camry, because I printed Camry. Car 1 and car 2. Objects. So what did we learn? Create a class in Ruby and how to create an object in Ruby. Any confusion in this small concept? This
So
is required.
because the means the object, as you say in definition, the object is inside the class itself. After we define the class, right?
No, see, objects you're defining outside the class.
Object
At
defining
runtime.
class.
Yeah, at runtime. Yes. It's outside the class.
Yeah, the class will be general, the same as your example, and inside it, it will be defining the class itself.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
So we have Honda here. So how many wheels do you think Honda has? I mean, according to this class, for example, this I make into 6. How many wheels this Honda have?
4.
No, 6, because this is an instance of this class, right? 6, right?
Yeah.
You got the point, right? Can this Honda start?
Yes. Should
Yes.
be.
Yeah.
Yes, because we have a start method. Can this Honda brake?
No.
No, because we don't have a brake method here. right? If I have a break method in here like this, then it can break. So you understood the concept, right?
Yeah.
Good. So now I want this Honda to start. I'll say Honda dot start. Right? Camry dot start. Started. So both of the cars have started. Right? So here, if I Honda dot start, who is calling the start method?
The class.
Honda.
The
Honda object.
The object called the class.
Yes. Honda object is calling the method start of the car class. Next, Camry object is calling the start methods. It means that single method is being used by multiple objects for execution. Right. See, in your hunger station app, multiple customers would be there. I mean, number of customers would be there, right? But your method would be only single one. User dot payment or user dot order, kind of, right? Where the user or object, user object might be different one. One time it would be David who is ordering, calling the order method. Another time there is Abdul who is ordering, calling the order method. Another time Rama is calling an other method, the same order method. So definition is single. The method definition is only one time declared, but multiple objects can call that method, right? Object-oriented programming concepts. Okay. Understood till here?
Yes. For me.
Right. Now let us start with learning Ruby. Can everyone type something called IRB on your terminal? IRB. This IRB. It is called interactive Ruby. I for interactive, RB is for Ruby, interactive Ruby.
Yes, this is the console.
Yeah, Ruby console.
Or we can call it Rails C, I think.
No, Rails C is for a Rails application. That's a console for Rails application. Here IRB is just Ruby console. You can only perform Ruby instructions here. You can't perform Rails instructions here. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
So here is we start with practicing Ruby kind of interactive Ruby. Okay. Everything in Ruby is an object. Ruby is an object-oriented programming language. Everything in Ruby is an object. One statement to remember, which I forgot to tell you, is everything in Ruby is an object. See, this is just vaguely said, but not everything in Ruby is an object because we have methods which are not objects. Okay, we have certain operators which are not objects. So apart from that, everything in Ruby is an object. So everything in Ruby is an object means what? For example, I say X, for example, I say 100. What is this? What is 100 in programming? A number, right? More specifically, an integer, right? So everything in Ruby is an object. So is 100 an object? Is it an object or not? I mean, vaguely, you don't know, but you can answer vaguely.
This is object.
Yes, it is an object. Why is an object? Why is it an object?
Because everything is object in Ruby.
Nice answer. Yeah, but how do we say like it's an object? Can we prove it?
Because it has attribute, it's a number in it.
Any other way I can prove that this is an object in
Yeah.
Ruby?
If you put it like 100, for example, like put 50 plus 50 equal
Right.
100, it will be like it will be method. It will be object. Because it's
Okay. Okay. Let me clear off this. So I'm saying that Ruby is an object. I mean, even you are telling that 100 is an object, right? So it means, what does this mean? According to this concept, what we discussed about car, you're saying 100 is an object, right? So it means there might be a class for this 100 object, right? For example, integer, end. Agreed? Agreed. It might, so it should have a class for this 100 object. Let us check. Right? So dot class is a method which would return the class of that object. Integer. Okay, 23.34. What is this?
Decimal.
Float.
Yeah,
Float.
float or decimal.
Float.
Now, my question is it an object again?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. Why? Because if I inspect this class by saying dot class method, it is giving this float class. So it means in Ruby there is a class float, right? END. Okay, now let's take in
String.
is this an object again?
Yes.
Yes. Because it is belonging to a class string. Now, coming to this, I mean, one of the participants has asked me, like, Ruby, I mean, in Ruby, don't we define the type of it, right? No, we don't define the type of it because Ruby doesn't have this types, data types. Because why doesn't it have data types? Because it is, everything is
object.
Object. This clears your doubt?
What?
Yeah.
Does it clear your doubt? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Ruby doesn't have data types because everything in Ruby is an object. It belongs to a particular class. Fine. What is this then?
Array.
Array, yes. In JavaScript, simply you can know it's an array. And what is this?
Hash.
Object in JavaScript. In Ruby, it's hash. Hash map, dictionary in other languages. We'll discuss each and everything for novice professionals. But You understand what this is a string. Everyone knows that this is a string, this is a floating point number, and this is an integer. That knowledge you have, right?
Yes.
Right. Great. So everything is an object in Ruby. 100.class gave me integer. Integer is a class, right? Again, this is an object. Class, does it have, excuse me, super class? Anyone who doesn't know what is a super class? I'll just describe it now.
I don't know.
Don't know.
Okay, okay, got it. So someone talked about a car type called SUV, right? SUV, class SUV, ENT. This I declared a class SUV. Does this SUV have 4 wheels? 4 wheels for now. Does it have 4 wheels SUV?
Yes.
Yes. One steering, one engine, accelerate, start, stop, this, brake. So does SUV perform all of these? Yes.
Yes.
Right,
Yes.
right. So I can say car is a parent of SUV. Is a parent. This is represent. Car is a SUV is a child of class car. Okay. Or I can say subclass child or subclass or derived class of car. Similarly, SUV car can be called base class or super class. Basically, the point is SUV is a child of car class. Why? Because I can represent the same statement in Ruby directly by class SUV subclass of car. It means that SUV is having all the properties. No, it's not having, it is deriving. It is deriving all these properties and functionalities of the superclass. For example, as I told you earlier, features and behaviors. We inherit from our parents, right? From the parents, we inherit certain facial features, physical features, and some actions. So here SUV, parent of SUV is car, because SUV is getting features and functionalities from the parent. Understood? So SUV is called the child class or subclass, and car is called superclass or base class.
This sign between the SUV and the less than, this mean is the child of car, right?
Yes, exactly. Child of car class. Now, whoever don't have idea on superclass, for them a question. SUV Pyro equal to SUV dot new dot start. Will it work? Will Pyro start?
It should start.
Right. It means it should start. So it means like SUV is getting this method from which class? Parent class car. Right?
Yes.
So understood? So SUV SUV, this is there, right? I'll put this SUV on the top so that excuse me. I'll simply execute it. What is syntax error? What is an object? Oh. Constant. So 3 times it has printed. Honda started, Camry started, and SUV also started, right? Third one. So what does it mean? The child is getting all the functionality of the parent, all the properties of the parent. Understood? That is what is meant by subclass or inheritance. The concept is called inheritance. SUV is called the child class or subclass. Car is called superclass or base class. Any questions? This is pretty important as well at a Rails point of view also.
Yeah, I have a small question here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so in that case, we have to be careful on writing the method's name and variable's name for example, for the subclass. So now we have start and we have wheels and these things in the superclass. So we can't use these names in the SUV class, right? It will be making conflict or it will overwrite it.
We no, if we are using it, it will override. See, that is the concept of subclass. Oh,
So if we write an SUV diff start and print different string. So when I write, I forgot the name that you.
No.
Yeah, Pajero dot start will take which one?
We'll take SUV. Yeah, I got it. See, this one I'll explain. Yeah, got it. It will take it. For example, you need to say this start is in here, right? That is what. For example, put this. Right? This is what.
Yeah.
Now you tell me which one would be called. If you.
I guess the one in SUV.
Exactly. So it will override. It will override because you have a specific thing. That is only child class, right? The concept of extension is getting all what is there in car. And if at all something is changing, see, definitely SUV, the boot space, the, what do you call, the length of the car, the height of the car, everything would change. The dimensions would change. The 4x4 feature will be added. These kind of stuff. The wheel radius would be different, right? SUV. Yes. So if you want to specify those things, 4x4, etc., there would be an extra method in here, right? Def.
Yeah.
4x4. This you can't have it in a regular car, right? It is only for SUV. Imagine. So I can extend this SUV class in order to add my extra implementation. Because each and every car will not have a 4x4 option, right?
Yeah.
So I can't write the def 4x4 or method functionality, 4x4 functionality in here in car. I can't write it. It is not advisable to write it, right? Only in SUV or any other Jeep kind of things would be there, right? Any other type of car. methods, you can override it or overload it. That concept, anyhow, I'll come to this. After this, I'll come to that concept. So till now, everything is clear?
Yes.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
On less than, we have two less than. What is the difference between 1 and 2?
I didn't get the question. Can you repeat it once again?
Okay. Do you see line 25?
Yeah, 25.
Yes, we have here only one less than. Okay, so actually there is two less than, and if you write another one less than, what is the difference between them? I don't know if you get it, but two less than.
Two list done. I didn't get what do you mean by two list done?
Can you write again near to less than another one? And line 25. Okay, so no, in the same line of 25. So you have SUV, then less than, then car. Double less than.
Double S. Can you type it in
No.
the chat box if you can? How do you want me to write it?
I think she means the sign of less than.
Exactly.
Yeah, she wants to double the sign of the less than. And
double less than we are using when you append an array. You add
Got it. You
and,
mean this? Got it. Got it. You mean this one?
Yes.
No, this is not possible. No, you can't use that. No. Single. Only we have to use single less than.
less than to consider the SUV a subclass from car from the parent class or the super class.
Yes, exactly. So that method, what you're talking about, right? That is a different method used for different classes. For your clarification now, you can have that array append. For example, this is an empty array. I want to append value 1. I can do that. For example, I have this name. I want to append Mohammed. So it becomes Ashraf Mohammed. I want to append that. Something, for example, I'll type in IRP. See now, it is right. So this is an empty array. I want to push, for example, X is an empty array. In the empty array, I want to add 100 to it. So now if you see in X, there is 100. Again, I want to push 200 into it. This is a different one. This is nothing to do with this sign at all. This is only for classes, specifying SUV is a subclass of car class. Okay?
Okay.
Fine. Okay, fine. So we are talking about subclasses and superclasses. Now, coming back to the earlier discussion. So what is a superclass? Yeah, 100.class gave me integer. This gave me integer. I have integer dot superclass. Is there any superclass for integer? Yes, there is numeric. It means numeric is another class again. Numeric dot, does numeric have a superclass? Yes. Object. Does object have a superclass? Yes, basic object. Basic object dot superclass. Nil. Nil means nothing. Okay, nothing in Ruby. It's like null in other languages, but it simply means nothing. There is no superclass for basic object. Got it?
Yes.
Yes. So what does it mean? This means that, let me open. Above all, at the top, there is basic object sitting. Below it, what is below basic object? What is subclass of basic object?
Object.
Object,
and
subclass of object,
numbering.
numeric, yeah, numeric. Numeric child,
Integer.
integer, yes. So you got the concept? Right. So integer parent is numeric, numeric parent is object, object parent is basic object. If in Ruby internally it would be class integer extends what? What should I write here?
Numbering.
Numeric, yes, exactly. END. Similarly, class numeric is object END, then class basic object. What should I write in here?
Nothing, as
No.
it's not a child of anything.
Nothing. Yes. There is no superclass for basic object. Got it?
Yeah.
Yep. Next. Next, let us see about floating point. I directly asked for the class of it. Float. Float dot superclass is numeric. Numeric superclass is
Is
Object.
it's
in, yeah, object. Object superclass is
Basic
Basic.
basic object. So where in this diagram, or if you take this as a diagram, where this, in which line float will come into picture in this?
it should be after numbering.
Yeah. With
Line
the
7.
same line as integer.
Exactly. Right. So same line as integer. Okay. It arrows. You have to put arrows: integer, numeric, float, numeric. Right. 2 arrows: numeric. Okay. I will do that. Okay. Let us come to string. Dot class would give me string. String dot superclass is object. Object superclass is
So
basic object, right?
Yeah.
So where should I put in here? In this. In which line should I
Line
put
5.
string? Line 5, exactly. Line 5, string. Okay. I have an array. I directly have an empty array. Array dot superclass. Right, object, basic object. Again, the same question, where should I put in this array?
Also 5.
Also 5. So understood the concept. Now I'll show you an inheritance diagram to show you how really classes are built or related in Ruby. Well, we can just Google it for class inheritance diagram. Inheritance diagram Ruby. So let us see this one, which is where this one. This one. I discussed about couple of classes: string, object, basic object. There are other classes in Ruby. These are, see, n number of classes would be there in any language, right? So exception, object, basic object. Kernel, object, basic object. Range, array, object, basic object. Hash, similar, right? Your exceptions, your runtime errors, everything are superclass of, see, superclass of syntax error. See, you get a lot of syntax errors while you're working on Ruby, right? So syntax error superclass is what? According to this diagram, syntax error superclass.
Superclass.
The superclass of syntax error. This is syntax error. Can you see my screen? SYNTAX error.
Exception.
No, immediate superclass of syntax error. Come on, you can clearly see it.
Is it script error or what's written there?
Yes, script error, exactly. So
Yeah.
superclass of syntax error is script error. Script error superclass is
Exception.
exception. Exception superclass object. Object superclass is basic object. So from this we understand the superclass of all objects is
Object-oriented.
basic object.
Object, sorry.
Basic object, right? In Ruby, the superclass of all objects is basic object. Okay. Now a question, pretty simple question for you. I write class laptop and right. This is a class. What is the superclass of this laptop class?
Computer.
Which one?
Object.
Is it? I don't know. It's type of computers.
Main object.
Anything you tell me anything, no problem. We can correct it. What do you feel?
Yeah.
Tell me that. We can correct it anyways.
It's object.
Object. Any other answers apart from object? Okay. If you write a class in Ruby, right, and don't specify the superclass, by default it would be a class or it would be a subclass or child of object class. So same example class laptop, I'll type in here ENT. So laptop dot superclass is object. If I don't specify, okay, let me write a class vehicle END, okay, and again I write a class car, which is a subclass of vehicle ENT. Now I create one car Honda equal to car dot new, right?
Okay.
Honda is an object. What is the class of it?
Yeah, should be car.
Car. What is car superclass?
Vehicle.
Object.
No, vehicle.
The vehicle.
Should be object, right?
Vehicle.
Vehicle.
Because I specified, I literally said car is a child of vehicle, right? That is why we have vehicle. Understood?
Yes.
Now I ask vehicle dot superclass.
Object.
Obviously object, right? Because I didn't specify any superclass for it. Right? Okay. So understood the concept of inheritance, class inheritance in Ruby? Did everyone understand this diagram what I showed? How classes are?
So I mean, if we identify the superclass, it will be already be a superclass will be object already, because everything in Ruby is object.
Right, exactly, right. Object by default. See, in Ruby, everything is an object. So what are objects? String is an object, symbol is an object, regex, array, hash, range. These are objects. True class, false class, nil class also object. Exception, object. This one, binding, method, proc, fiber, mutex, etc., etc.
The correct way when you write a class, it's the correct way to specify the superclass. All did not don't specify it.
Okay. See, it all depends on your requirement. See, if you want to write a class,
Yeah.
which doesn't have a superclass, for example, car. Car doesn't have a superclass. I don't require any superclass for car.
Yeah.
Car is the parent, something like basic object.
Yes.
From this, I'll derive my SUVs, my Jeep, my sedan, my hatchback, types of cars, right? For example,
Yeah.
I can write class hatchback. END. Does this need a superclass? Do you think hatchback needs a superclass? Yes or no?
No, because already you're identified in the beginning of the class. The class is car.
Right. Yes.
The class is car.
So it means I require, yes, I need a superclass because I defined the car. I need a, because I can access the methods and variables, right?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, now another one. Class sedan. Does it require a superclass?
To start the message, yes.
Yes. Car. Yes. It requires. Now,
So,
class. What do we call those kind? I guess you know what is an excavator, right? Excavator. What do you call? Excavator machine.
yeah.
This kind of thing, excavator.
Okay.
Got it, right? So, does this require a superclass? Does this require?
Yes. No.
What is the superclass? Yes or
Should
no?
be it should be different than car.
Yeah, if at all it has a superclass, it should be different. But for
Yeah.
for now, in this example, is this correct?
No.
No, not at all. So it doesn't need a superclass. So it's all your design decisions. If you need a superclass, you can add it. Otherwise, leave it. Got it? There is no hard and fast rule that every class should have a superclass. Okay? But by default, Java or any other programming language, object-oriented programming language, a class by default has an object class as a superclass if you don't define it.
So do you mean a superclass just for to define the class?
Yeah, you can define a class. Yes.
So the executive
Just a superclass just for to define the class.
Yes, to just define a class, the superclass. You're right.
Yeah. So the executive that's kind of cut, right? So if I didn't specify the class here, it will not run the methods inside the class, right?
No, by default it would be object class, right?
It will be object classes.
Now, can you come again, please? Probably I missed.
Okay. So the executor here, if I run start, it will not start. For example, if I run executors to start, it will not start because because I didn't specify the subclass here.
Yes, you are right. Yes, it will not start. See, excavator will not start.
So this will be like is the rule in under Ruby. I need to specify the superclass.
Yes,
Okay.
you have to specify the superclass if you want to start the excavator. Okay, or else if excavator starts by something else, right? It's some other way it would be right. You write the code here for excavator. Okay, different types of
Yeah.
excavators would be there: rock excavators, limestone.
Yeah, because if I didn't specify the superclass.
Yeah. No. Yeah. You should not. Yes. You're right. Your understanding is right.
Yeah.
This would be error. Right. So where are we at? This. Okay. So we know that superclass of basic object class is nothing. There is no superclass of basic object. Then it's nil, right? Again, I'm asking the question: what is nil in Ruby?
Nothing.
Nothing, right? Nothing or nil is an object in Ruby again. Because I can say simply nil dot class.
Okay.
Got it?
Okay. Because everything is object.
Yes. See, in other language, people with programming background, right? Null, you can't relate this null to any class at all. It's simply null, right?
Yes.
Right. Or undefined in JavaScript. Null or undefined. There are two things. You can't relate to anything, any class or any object. Okay. But here nil is again an object. Okay. One more tweak. Y equals to 200. Y double equal to, I'm comparing 300. Generally, what it would return? Yes or no,
False.
right?
Yes.
False. So here false is what again?
An object.
Again an object. It is not a Boolean return value. It is a Boolean object. Okay?
Okay.
So let me put this into some RET return value kind of stuff. So RET is Boolean object. So RET dot class should give me the class of that false object, which is nothing but false object, false class. Now I change this to 200, gives me true class. Got it? So even your true and false or not, return Boolean values, they are Boolean objects. Understood?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it confusing? Because I started at a very basic level. If it is confusing, please let me know. Okay. So class inheritance we have seen. Now we'll go ahead. We'll discuss a few types. few types of classes what are already available in Ruby. This is an array. This is a hash map or hash in Ruby. Always you can inspect by dot class. It will give you that the name of it. Class. This one is called a range in Ruby. I have to specify the real existing file. That would give me a file class. Then this is a symbol class. This is a string class. What is numeric dot class?
Object.
Object.
No, numeric dot superclass is object. Numeric class itself, the class of numeric is class. Please remember, class of any class is class. CLASS. Coming again, string dot superclass is object. We know about this, right? But I'm asking string dot class, not superclass.
Okay.
What is this? This is class. The class of any class is class. You're understanding? Any confusion? The class of any class is class. That's it. Superclass of any classes might be a basic object or object depending upon their inheritance. A class of any class is class. Okay?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. For example, if can I say dot class, 100 dot class? Yes, I can say it. It's an integer, right? Object dot class will give me the type of. JavaScript programmers, you have type of, right? People who are working on JavaScript, type of string, we write like this, right? Type of string, type of number, kind of. So this is similarly the same thing. Dot class will give the type of that object. Similarly, we have multiple classes. Math, error, exception, argument error, these number of, which mostly these are internal. These exception classes, runtime errors are everything internal. Binding, method, proc, mutex, most of them are internal. Most of the front end things are in Ruby language. What we use are these things: collections and strings. This ones, files and IO stuff. Okay. Now, having discussed this, still we have 12 minutes for the break. So why not have a quick, doubts? If you have any doubts, quickly you can discuss in this 10, 11 minutes what we have left for the break.
Okay.
If at all you have any. Yeah, SUV double. Have anyone any chat? Okay, Slack, I guess. I could hear some Slack message. I thought it was for me. Okay, so no questions, no doubts so far. So I will continue with the next one, next discussion. Can I?
So far, so good.
Okay, good. So now we'll start off with variables in Ruby. The first and foremost thing that we learn in any kind of language is variables. So variables in Ruby. There are around 5 types of variables in Ruby. Local, I'll start out with global variables, local variables, class variables, instance variables, constants. Okay, these are the 5 types of variables we have in Ruby also. So when do we use each of it is what we're going to discuss now. I'll simply say variables.rb on the desktop. So how do I comment a line of piece of code in Ruby using
Hash.
hash? So this is single line. So multi-line I want to, for example, if I execute this Ruby variables.rb, I'll get errors because those are not commented. If I want to comment this block of codes, right, equal to begin, it should be the first one. Equal to should be the first character. Equal to begin should be the first. Right from the first character. Equal to end also right from the first characters in the line. So now it's not executed. So block comment. I want to comment a block piece of code, block of code. Then equal to begin and equal to end. Fine. To demonstrate this, first of all, we'll have a discussion what are global variables. As the name suggests, global variables. These variables have scope globally. Globally in the sense throughout the application. So the whole application, once you declare a global variable, it will be accessible in throughout the application. Okay. Local variables. These variables have scope. Generally we call locally in the sense in a method or block of code or class definitions. See, this is just the explanation of it. With a program, I'll discuss in detail how the scope works in a class. Class variables, pretty easy. These have scope only in the class defined. Only in the class. Outside the class, they have no scope at all. Instance variables. This is a tricky part, but I'll try to make justice to this. These variables are used to create attributes on an object. I'll explain in detail. Constants. These are also global variables, but they mean that the value remains constant. Okay, this is what the meaning and scopes of each and every variable. Any of this you did not understand in the wording, or anyone, I mean, even novice programmers, did you not understand anything? It's pretty difficult, I know, but
I didn't understand
hmm,
2 and 4.
2 and 4, right? Yeah. Even I don't understand. Initially, I didn't understand when I was programming. I can back this up with a small example, which will start now. Okay. Yes. Class. Okay. Variables. I'll say variable scopes. Please remember, class name should always start with a capital letter and use this case, capital case, for subsequent words. Variable scopes, not a single word, 2 words. So second one should be capital as well. This is a class. In this, I want to define global variables. One more thing I forgot is global variables are declared using $sign. Local variables, there is no such hard and fast rule, but they can start with lowercase alphabet or underscore. So does it mean lowercase? So does it mean local variable can start with a number? Can we start a variable name with a number?
No.
Oh,
No way. Only lowercase alphabet or underscore. Class variables start with $sign. Instance, I'm going to start with actually. Single $sign. Constants always start with a capital or uppercase alphabet, capital letter or uppercase alphabet. Okay, understood?
yeah.
Now let us declare these variables in this class. I'll simply give, I'll declare a global variable $. I'll simply write it as global. See, you can write it as anything. For example, I can say steering, etc., etc., or name, or host, any kind of which we generally use. But for this example sake, I'm using global underscore variable as my variable name. Okay, which has a string value. I'm taking a string value. It can hold any values, 12, 23.35, or an array, or a hash map. It's up to you. But here in this example, I'm using only a string. The value of the string is global variable. Local, I'll say local underscore. Yeah, I think it's a break time. So this is a break time, right?
I'm not sure.
12:30.
Yes.
Am I right? Because I didn't get. I have to look at the schedule, I guess. 1 second. Chennai, it's 1 p.m. in Riyadh now, if I'm not wrong. Yeah.
It's
No,
12:30.
12:30.
Oh, it's 12:30. Still, we have 30 minutes then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm mistaken. Sorry for that. I'll continue with this. Okay. Local variable. Or else, give me a couple of minutes. I'll have some water. So my throat is drying up. Okay. I'll resume in a
Sure.
couple of minutes. Okay. Yep. Let's resume. So everyone back? Can we start?
Yes.
Okay. So I defined a local variable with a string value. Class variables always start with double @ sign, right? So I'll say class variable. I'll give a string again, class variable. Instance variables start with a single @ sign. What are we left with? Constant, right? Constant equal to constant. So I declared these variables in a class. Now I'm going to access these values inside a method. So I'll declare a method using def followed by the method name. Method names in Ruby always start with a lowercase alphabet or an underscore, just like local variable declaration. I'll say display variables ent put string put s. So clear, Aman? Anything you did not understand? I'm just trying. I declared these variables. I'm trying to print in this method. So how to call this method? This method. Come on, we already discussed about it. I want to execute that method called display variables.
Yeah, we create a new object from that
Exactly.
class.
So I create a new object, new obj, something like that. Class name dot new and new obj dot
Display variables.
display variables, exactly. So now here the question is, we have the explanation defined in here. So according to the explanation what we had discussed, which of these variables you might think will be displayed as output? Put or put string global variable, will it be printed onto the screen, onto the console?
Yes, will be displayed.
Yes. Local variable?
Yes.
Yes. Class variable?
Mm.
Yes.
Yes, yes, we had defined it here, right? Inside the class only. Instance variable? There is no much info on this, so we'll skip this off for now. Okay? Instance variables, we are not sure of. Constant?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
because it's also a global variable. Okay, let us now execute and see. Ruby variables.rb. I have a problem here. Undefined local variable or method, local variable, line number 28. So what is our line number 28? Local variable. So the problem is this does not have scope. Local variable does not have scope in here. Why? Because
You are using this one into the function only.
yes, because it's not defined in this method, right? Function or method. Okay, if that is the case, if I say put string here, will it print?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Let us execute. Yes, it has printed. So now here, I want to print it here. Put this. Will it print here?
Yes.
Yes, also.
Okay, for now I'll comment this out. This method, I won't call this method. I'll comment all of this. Okay. Simply, I'm executing this class. Okay. So there are put as variables, local variable twice here and here, line number 26 and line number 38. So now I execute. Yes. So as you can see, the scope of this variable is in the class, right? In here, not in the method. That is why we were able to access that local variable in these places. Okay, got it? But not in the method. But if I say local variable in here, will it print?
Yes, it will.
Yes, it will, because either I can override it or have a new, it's not overriding at all. It's a new local variable altogether, something else, right? This one would be printed because it's local to that method. So that is what is meant by local. It is local to that method. Okay. So it will get printed.
I don't get the whole idea.
So what's this? Oh, okay, sorry, I did not call the object. So whole block will be printed. Local variable, why twice again? Oh, I'm sorry. comment this out. Global variable is printed. Let me have a side by side. Yes, it is printed. Local variable in the method we declared it as local variable 1. Yes, it is local to the method. It has been printed. Class variable is printed. Why?
Because the
Why is-
method inside the class.
Yes, it's inside the class. Instance variable not printed. Constant printed. Why again? Because it's a global
Method.
variable,
Yes.
right? So it's printed, but we don't have instance variable being printed. So it means that instance variables do not have scope in I say instance methods. Now again a new concept. What is an instance method? Any idea? Anyone who has programming knowledge? Anyways, I'll explain the two ways.
It's like we start and stop and break. It will work only on the instance of the car.
Right. So instance method are methods. See, what is the meaning of an instance? Define it somewhere. Oh. It is an instance of a class. Object is an instance of a class, right? So object means instance. So this is an instance, right? New object is an instance of this class, right? So I'll simply declare methods which are called on an object are called instance methods. Instance methods. Did you understand? Or any questions? Methods which are called on an instance. This is an object or methods which are called on an object or an instance are called instance methods. So this is an instance method. Any class you can write two types of methods. One is instance methods and another one is class methods. The class methods or in other languages they're also called static classes. So class methods are static methods. So what are class methods? Class methods are methods which do not require an object to be called. For example, they are defined by the class name directly. You're understanding?
Yes.
Anyone who do not understand, whole of Rails is based on this concept only. The whole of Rails is based on instance methods and class methods. You need to understand this concept.
I'm sorry, I don't get the whole variables types. I'm so sorry for that, but I didn't get the The whole I don't understand this.
Which one? Can you specify line numbers? The whole program?
And the whole variables types, like get all messed up together.
Okay.
So I am confused.
So, for example, global variable. See, in Ruby, we can declare a global variable by using the dollar sign. That, okay, that you understood?
Hello.
Or you didn't understand what is a global variable?
Uh, I'm sorry, your sound is.
My voice is breaking.
Yeah,
Is it all right now, or
yeah. It's all right now. It's all right.
so? Can anyone? Interpret what his issue is. The whole of the program is not under. He did not understand.
He's asking, he didn't understand the difference between the 5 types of variables and when to use them.
Okay.
Right, Ashraf?
Yes. I don't understand the five types and when I can use them. Little bit. It's all get messed together. I'm confused in this.
Okay. So global variable. For example, in your Rails or in any language, you have multiple files, right? Multiple files.
Multiple
files. Or else let us take a realistic example. Okay. For example, there is a small family, okay, who is residing in a 3-bedroom apartment. Okay. The family consists of parents, 2 elderly parents, and 2 kids. Okay.
Okay.
2 kids. There is a hall that is the what do you call the main room. What do you have? Hall.
Okay.
And the dining room and 3 bedrooms. Okay.
Okay.
So this family bought a new refrigerator.
Okay.
So where will they put this refrigerator? In the kitchen, in the dining room, in the hall, in any of the bedrooms? Where do you think?
It should be in the kitchen.
Right. Why should be it in the kitchen?
Why it should be in the kitchen? Because we are use this. We are using what it is includes of what is including inside it.
It's belonging.
Okay, let me frame the question a different way. Why should we not put the refrigerator in the parents' bedroom or kids' bedroom? Why not?
Because there's no use inside the bedroom.
Right. So there is no use. Yes. See, basically, I can put this in the kitchen. Why? Because the kids want to drink water, for example.
Yeah.
The refrigerator should be accessible to them. The elderly parents should want to drink water or juice or anything else, have something else from the refrigerator. They have to access this. So it should be available globally for the whole apartment, right? A whole flat, all the rooms of the house. Yes or no? Got it?
Okay, so this means the refrigerator is a global variable.
Yes.
So all the house will use it.
Yes, whole application will use it.
Okay.
The whole of the application will use it. Got it? Coming to local variable. This elderly parents, in order to store money, they got a new iron safe. Iron safe, you know, right? Where we store money and jewels, right? Yeah. Gold and all. Where will they place it? In the kitchen, dining room, or the bedrooms?
It will be in the bedroom.
Bedroom of parents or bedroom of children?
Parents.
Parents. Why?
Because it is the safest place.
Yes, yes. They don't want that to have, they don't want to have access to the safe by the children, right?
Yes.
So it is local to only that room, parents' room only, local variable.
Okay.
Got it?
Okay, so this means a variable, local variable, it will be only used inside the
A
class.
particular method
Yeah.
or a block of code only. Basically, mostly it will be used in methods.
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 So we are use it in methods, local variable.
Yes. Understood?
Yes.
Any questions? Class variable. See, class variable, this is a bit tricky example, but something like, okay, there are specific foods that children should not eat, for example. There are certain specific foods that should not eat, children should not eat. Those foods can be eaten by the parents and their parents, I mean grandparents and parents, elderly people, old people and parents. Okay. So only the criterion is above 18, right? These people can access those foods to eat. Children have no access to eat that food. So only a class of people with 18 age greater or adults can eat those foods. Got it?
Those foods.
Yes. So
So
in such cases,
the class variable, it is used inside the class only.
yes, only that class, only those types of, see, for example, class car is there. Okay. Class variable, you can have gears, 5 gears, 6 gears, right? You can have a class variable because that will be available only for that class of cars. Any excavator class cannot have that, right? It only is the property of that class, right? So only the inside the class, inside the methods, that variable will be accessible. Outside the class, it is not accessible.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So any out class is not accessible.
Not accessible. No way it is accessible.
The same example for class and instance variable, right?
Instance variable, no. That is a different example. I can't discuss here. Okay, it's the usage of instance variable is entirely different. Once I complete this, right, I'll take up instance variable. Okay.
Okay.
Constant, constant is a value that should not be changed in all the languages. Okay, it's a constant. Pi, for example, pi is there, or mathematical pi, right, equal to 3.14. This is a constant.
Okay.
It cannot be changed. So those kind of things which should not be changed are declared by capital letter constant, something like this. Okay, I want to display pi equal to 3.14. Pi is a constant here. Got it?
Okay. So constants variable, I will write it with capital, and it will be used inside the class itself, or it will be can used outside as well.
See, here we are discussing about object-oriented programming, right? So it is used only in everything we write it in class only.
In class only. Okay.
Yeah. If it is not class, for example, see, Ruby is a scripting language also. If you're not doing object-oriented programming, then we can write it without a class. But for now, for our understanding, it is only in this class. Okay, we write it only in the class. Okay. Okay. Next comes methods, types of methods. Types of methods are instance methods and class methods. Simply methods which we call, which require an object. Okay. This method, if I need to call, I need to call an object, create an object and call on that object, right? If I
I
want
need
to,
an object to call the message.
yes, that is an instance method. For example, in your application, a particular customer orders some particular, adds a particular food item to his cart. Okay, he'll click on add, something like that, right? Add. So that add is an instance method. Inside it, the code will add that food item to the cart, right?
No, I didn't get it here again. Can you make it? Can you say it again? Because I didn't get here.
In your application, right, Hunger Station application, for example, I want to order a pizza. Okay.
Okay.
You log into the application, you select that pizza and click on add, right? Add that item. Yes or no? Something like that.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So internally that add will be a method, add, add item. Okay, something like this.
Okay.
This now see Hemant can order add that item, right? Similarly, Ashraf also can add that item, right? Yes or no? See, I can order, you can order from the application or not.
Yes, I can.
Yes, right?
Yes.
So add item, who is calling that method? Ashraf is calling that method, even Hemant is also calling that method. Someone else also can call the method. So there is an object who's calling the method. That is an instance method. Got it?
Okay, so this means instance
methods which are called on an object or called by an object also, I can say on by, are called instance methods. Okay, there are certain methods internally used which are not exposed to the object like external customers. These are methods which are called directly by the class name. These are called class methods. Okay. Any questions on this?
No, until now.
See, simply remember there are two types of methods that can be written in any class. That is instance methods. Other one is class methods.
Can you give us an example for class methods? Where can I use class method? Any example?
See, generally, see incrementing values like, for example, switch gear. For example, car is there.
I think the wheels can be a class variable. The wheels.
Yeah, that's, yes, exactly. What you said is right. Wheels, gears. No, switch gear, no, car dot gears. Okay, so now we declare these wheels and steerings and gears, everything as class variables. Okay. So anytime I want to access this, we will we'll give a class method to access the gears. We don't give an instance method because this is the property of whole class. Class variable itself is a property of whole class, right? You are understanding?
Yes, I understand.
It's common to all. It's not an instance method. Instance method, instance variable I'll discuss. So this is a property of the whole class. So I should use a class method only. Okay. So this answers your question, but for other novice professionals, please remember the only two methods can be written in any class. That is instance methods and class methods, right? For now, because we are just into the start of the course, right? Two methods in any class: instance methods and variable class methods. Instance methods require an object. They're declared plainly by a lowercase alphabet or underscore. But class methods are declared by class names only. Okay. So I'll stop here and we'll resume exactly after 1 hour. So what's your local time in there? Let me guess. It's 1:05 p.m. right?
Yeah.
So we would resume at 3, right? Sorry, 2:05 p.m.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll be in the meeting itself, but I'll be on mute. Hello.
Hi.
Can we resume? Everyone is back. Is everyone back? So we can resume, right?
I think yes.
Okay. So we were discussing about two types of methods that can be written on in a class. That is instance methods and the other one is class methods. So now I want to see the scopes of different variables in class methods. So let us see. So calling a class method in Ruby is directly by the class name. So directly by the class name. Sorry, I did not write a method name dot. Show variable, something like that. So this is the method name and this is the class name. So this method I can call directly by class name dot show variables, whatever I define the name of the method. So I'm going to call this method. It's going to execute this method anyways. So what do you think? Will these be printed? Again, the same question. Global variable will be printed?
Yes.
Yes. Local?
Oh, no display.
No. Class variable?
Yes.
Yes. Because it's in the same class. It's defined in the same class. The method is the same class. Instance variable, we don't know much about it. Constant?
Yes.
Yes. Let us execute. As you said, local variable does not get printed. I forgot to comment it out. So execute global variable. Since scope is global, it will get printed. Class variable, same class, it will get printed. Instance variable got printed. You see, constant anyways gets printed because it's a global variable. So here instance variable have scope in class methods. Okay, that thing you have to remember. The difference is instance variables do not have scope in instance methods. Instance variables have scope in class methods. Understood? That's a point to remember, that's it. Anyways, we are not going to use instance variables like this. Okay, we are not going to define instance variable first of all in here. Okay, so everyone understood this example, scopes, and two types of methods.
Yes.
I don't get instance variables compared to, for example, Java instance variables.
No, don't, for now, you don't compare with any language.
Mm-hmm.
For now, just remember that instance variables do not have scope in instance methods. Okay?
You mean it's not accessible?
It's not accessible, yeah.
But in line 37, when we display variables, the methods, it didn't throw an exception. So it means it's working, but it was an empty variable, for example.
Yes, it is a nil. Yes,
Yeah.
it's a nil. If you want to really execute, so you want to know the value of it, you can already always have an inspect method on it. Oh. It's nil.
Okay. So as if it was just instantiated at line 37.
Right.
Okay.
So instance variable do not have scope in class methods at all. Okay. Sorry, instance variable has scope in class methods, not in instance methods. So this is, I mean, you can think of it as a different behavior in Ruby, as like an interview kind of a question. Now, generally, we don't use instance variables like this at all. So what are instance variables? Anyone can define instance variables? Your understanding about instance variables so that I can explain it better.
So this mean instant variables. It is not accessible as Ahmed said from a little bit. It's accessible here in the all types of variable. Only the global variable.
Global variable is accessible, right?
Yeah, it is the only type that's accessible, right?
Right.
So the rest of them, they are not accessible. Every variable will use inside their inside class variable will be used inside the class only. It will be not accessible from, to another classes, and the instant variable will be inside the methods only. Inside the one method only, it will not accessible from another methods.
Not accessible in instance methods.
And instance methods. Okay.
Yeah. Here I've written, right? These are not accessible. Do not have, they have a value of nil. Okay, you can't access them. I mean, even
So
if you, yeah.
instance variable, it is null and instance methods.
See, first I'll explain you
Oh,
what are instance variables. We should not, generally we don't use it like this. This is just an example. Okay, I wanted to show the difference in class methods and instance methods. How the instance variable will behave. So where does it have scope? Where does it doesn't have scope? Okay, but general usage, we don't use instance variables like this at all. So where do we use instance variable? First of all, what are instance variables? Variables that are used to set attribute and attribute values on an object. These are instance variables. Let us see how to define them. Let's for say class person. Let this as person.rb on desktop. John equal to person.new. Right? John and Abdul are two instances, two people, right? Basically. Now, I want to print John's name. Okay. How can I do that?
You make a function in class called def name.
Def name is
Then print or puts inside this one puts your name.
okay. Yeah. Put test. Name is what? Name is. I have to hardcode John. Then both John and Abdul will have the same name, right? Let us see. John dot name Abdul dot name. That is wrong, right? So
Have to pass instant name to this function, right?
So here we have my requirement is now to save the name of a particular object into its object only. Okay, so John is an object, right? On the John or Abdul, I want to set attributes of that particular person so that I can differentiate between John and Abdul, right? See, in your application, there are n number of customers. One customer easily you are differentiating with another customer. How? By name, by other criteria, birth date, etc. Right? Other criterions. So basically, I want to give him a name, right? So in order to give a name, we have to use instance variables. Okay. Don't worry about the methods what I'm writing, but I'm explaining the usage or the use case where we use instance variables. So now I execute this program. Go to John Abdul. Okay. Now John dot name John no, Abdul dot name. Let me see execute, then I'll go to the explanation. Undefined other name equal to per person. Oh, I missed. Forgot to print put as John name. put this Abdul name. John Abdul, right? This 20 line number has printed John. For example, okay, John Abraham. Something like this, okay? For your understanding, better understanding. See? So what it really happened is, I can show it by inspecting. See, I'll put as a put string John dot inspect. Okay, put as I don't use inspect now. Okay, I'll comment this out. Okay, so you can see the output. Can you tell me who is John and who is Abdul in the output shown? Can anyone give it a try?
It should be Joe.
It should be the first one is John and second one is Abdul.
Yes.
Right? So, but with my eyes, I can't clearly distinguish, right? I just assumed by, since we know programming, right? We assume that John might be this guy, the first one, and Abdul might be the second one, right? Okay. So I'll use a method called inspect. Inspect is an object class method. You know object class, right? Superclass of numeric, superclass of string. Okay. So inspect, now see what happens. Clearly I can see an instance variable with a value John Abraham, right? In here I can see instance variable name Abdul Muhammad. You understood what happened? So this is where we use an instance variable. These are instance variable, @ sign, right? Here what did I do? Simply, this is a setter. Technically, it is called a setter. Technically, this is called a getter. So here I gave John name Abraham. So John dot name, this method will be called. We are passing John Abraham to this method here. So other name, that is instance variable name, is set to John Abraham. Similarly, Abdul Muhammad. Here John dot, now coming to the getter, John dot name. Name method is the getter which you are calling. It is simply returning address name. Okay, address name of John is instance variable name. So we set a name on this particular object. Instance variable, variables of instances are called instance variables. This is where we use instance variables, not the example what I showed in here. Something like this, declare an instance variable. This is just an example to show you the scope of instance variable in class method and instance methods. But in reality, we use it for declaring attributes on an object. Similarly, I want to give an age to these two guys. John dot age equal to 34. Okay, 34. Similarly, Abdul dot age equal to 45, 24. Okay. Will this method execute first of all? No, right? It will not execute. Undefined method age equal to for person object. Line number 20. because I did not define any instance variable and a setter. If I gave something like age equal to age 20, age equal to instance variable age equal to whatever past age, and then or something like get age. If you're really confused about the method name, get age, return address age. I'll say set age. So instead of age equal to, I have to use
Get age.
set age and 34. Remove the equal to.
This instance method.
Yeah, all are instance methods. Because we are calling on an instance, right?
Line 29 should be get age.
Pardon, Ahmed?
Line 29 should be get age, set age.
Sorry.
And 29 should be set age.
Yes. Right? So, this is set age and get age. Now we got 34 and 24. Right? So instance you can see here, if you have inspected already, name and age can be seen clearly inside the object, right? They're stored inside the object or not. Right? Those are instance variables. That is where we use instance variables. So everyone clear about where we use the use cases where we use instance variables?
Yes.
If anyone is not clear, please let me know. Okay. So that this is the same background code that will, whenever a user registers himself into any website or your application, right? The same logic would be applied to create a user object and save it to database or any data store. Okay. So this is where we use instance variables. So everyone clear about variable scopes, instance variables, right? Now, a small tweak or small, I can write in Ruby, I can write a class method even outside the class, something like this. I'll call this as show variables 2 method. Okay. So I know local variable will not be printed, so I'll remove it completely. See, your class ends here. Class ends here. So the class is ending here. So let me see. So class ends here. This method is inside the class or outside the class?
Outside the class.
It's outside the class. So I want to call this method now. Show variables 2. So if I execute the method, what will be printed and what not? Anyone think of, let me know, like global variable will be printed?
Yes.
Yes. Class variable?
No.
No. Why?
Because outside the class.
Exactly. It's outside the class. As you said, it's outside the class. Instance variable? instance variables have scope in class methods. Clearly, we have written it here. So they have it or not, printed or not?
No,
No.
doesn't display also because they have scope in the class, not outside.
Okay. Constant.
Yes, will be
Yes.
displayed.
Okay. Okay. Let us execute. Oh, sorry. It's Ruby variables, I guess. Class variable, as you said, will not be printed. So no scope. No scope since outside the class, right?
Mm.
Now let us execute constant. Okay, constant is not getting printed. No problem. But instance variable is getting printed. You can see here.
Mm.
So as I told, instance variables have scope in class methods. So irrespective of it's outside, inside, it doesn't matter. Okay. This one belongs to the same class. Okay. But the method definition is outside the class. So instance variable always has scope in class methods. But coming to constant, we have an error. It's not able to, but I told you that constant is a global variable, right? So it has to print. So what's happening wrong? The
Because
thing is,
we define the constant inside the class. If you define outside the class, it will print, right?
no. See, even if it is defined in a class, it can be accessed anywhere. Because I told you global constants are also global variables, right?
Mm.
Okay. So they have global scope. But here, why it is not printing is because there is a special way to access this variable if we are calling it from outside a class. Okay, that is class name followed by the constant name, scope resolution, constant name. Now it has got printed. If you really open Ruby on Rails application, I mean, if you're working on it, you might know this symbol can be seen a lot of places in Rails, right? This one.
Yeah.
Any one place you remember where you see that symbol?
Namespaces.
Yes, namespaces, right? So I want to give a brief, simple way where to use this. Okay. In Ruby, one more thing. First, we had discussed. We had said that everything in Ruby is an object. Okay. Now another statement. These statements you have to remember if you're working on Ruby. Another statement: classes and modules are considered as constants in Ruby. What are classes? These kind of classes. Class modules are a different entity in Ruby that will take up later, but these are considered as constants in Ruby. That is why classes start with a capital letter, uppercase alphabet. It is starting with the uppercase alphabet, right? Similarly, if you're writing a module also should start with uppercase alphabet. So these are constants. So in Ruby on Rails, let me open one project. can see a class, a model in Ruby. It is extending something. So what is this? It's another class, right?
Mm.
So active record is one part and this is another part, base. So which one is the class, active record or base?
Active record.
Active record is the class, that's what you say, right?
Yes.
But it's not. Base is the class. So basically I want to tell you is this is one constant, sorry. This is one constant. This is another constant. Okay. I'm accessing a constant called base from this place.
Mm.
So I am accessing a constant called base from some other place. This one. That is why I'm using this operator. Got it?
Can you repeat?
Oh, where am I? Okay. See, I tried to print constant. So coming to the original scenario, I tried to print constant, but it did not print. Syntax error. Oh, sorry. The problem is uninitialized constant. The error we have at line number 63. Right? But constant is a global variable, right? It has to get printed. But in Ruby, since this constant is from a class called, which class?
Variable scope.
Yes, variable scope. This constant is residing in this class, right? So I have to follow a particular notation or syntax. It means access a constant, named constant from another constant called variable scopes. Got it? So that is what our classes and modules are considered as constants in Ruby. So since variable is a class, variable scopes is a class, it's a constant. Modules. So coming to modules, active record is a module. So you are accessing base class or a constant called base from a module, another constant. Okay, understood? It's pretty simple. Accessing a constant from another constant, you have to put this symbol. That's it. And what are constants in Ruby? There are three types of constants. One is class, one is module, and one other is variable constant. Right? Any confusion or totally confused?
Clear, but what do you refer to when you say module? For example,
Okay, what is a
active,
module? You mean to
so
say?
active record is a module.
Yes.
Okay.
You're asking what is a module in Ruby?
Yes.
It's pretty early now, but I'll tell you. Modules are something like another entity. They're not classes where you write only methods in it. Okay, and methods and classes, etc. Some kind of an other entity. Okay.
Okay.
For now, just remember it's some kind of another entity. Anyhow, we have a detailed discussion of modules and all. Okay. You have been working on Ruby on Rails. If that is the case, I can tell you an example in that context. Or no? So accessing a constant from outside a class or from another constant we have seen. So I guess you understood about variables. Any questions on variables and variable scopes? Can I proceed to the next chapter?
Clear for me.
Okay.
Can I record this session or not?
No, actually, Hema and Naveen have been already recording this session. So I guess they will provide you with the recording sessions, I guess.
Yeah, they will provide us with recording sessions because
Yeah.
I have a lot of have a lot of missed part. I need to review it again.
Yeah.
Because a lot of things I don't get it, but I will not delay all my colleague.
I think, I mean, Naveen or Hema should help you with the recordings because it is being recorded as far as I see. The session is getting recorded.
Okay.
Okay. So now just, I mean, how to write conditional statements. Conditional statements in Ruby. So I want to compare numbers, objects, strings, arrays, etc., etc. Any kind of objects. I can use conditional statements which are available in Ruby. So what are they? They are if condition,
Unless.
right?
Yes.
Anything else? If, else, unless, else, if, else, if else, if else, if else, if that's okay. And ternary condition. So these are statements available in Ruby. So let us see, x is 100. I want to compare or print x and its value if x is 100. So I can write if followed, followed by the condition
100.
yes, x double equals to 100, then it is
True.
yeah, put us to
True.
or x is 100, something like this. X is
End.
END, right? Save it. Conditions of RP. See, two spaces is the indentation to be followed while writing statements in Ruby. the conditions that are the x is 100 since this is true. See, brackets are optional in Ruby. You need not write brackets. Even line separators, terminators, these are optional. So you need not write even this, like other languages. Okay.
Okay.
The same statement can be written in another way also. Put as x is 100 if x is 100 followed by the condition. Both are same. So output would be couple of times or twice. If. Okay. Now, if else, same problem. I want to say else, and I want to add else condition. Else, put as x is not 100. Something like that. So I change this to 101 and say x is not 100. If and else conditions.
What is the meaning of sign of double again?
Pardon, I didn't get you.
No.
Can you come again, please?
I'm sorry again. I need to. What is the meaning of double equal again?
This okay. Equal. This will compare. It's a comparative operator. I mean, it will compare x to 100.
Okay.
See, if I say it's single equal to, is it assignment operator, right? You're assigning x a value of 100. Yes or no? Right? You're giving x a value, right? Coming to x double equal to, you're comparing x is equal to 100. You're asking it, right?
Okay.
Okay, I will quickly run through unless. Okay, I want to write this statement in an opposite way using if not. If not x equal to 100, then x is not 100, right? Else x is 100. So here I'll say x is 200. Let me change this to 200 so that it would be easy for us to follow. So what will be the output of this statement?
It will be x is 200.
Right. It should be that x is 200. Writing in an opposite way. Okay. I can write the same not in this fashion too, using the symbol not, right? Operator, basically. So it would result in the same output, right? So either I can use not symbol or not. Understood? So instead of writing not and not symbol, I can simply use unless. So what should be output of this piece of code? Can I invent on the output?
X is 200.
X is 200, but that's it. So effectively what I'm trying to deliver or tell you is unless is nothing but if
not.
If not. That's it. As simple as that. Okay? Okay. Similarly, I can write the same kind of a shortcut statement using unless. Put as X is 200 if unless okay, an opposite way. Single liner. Now I have two variables, X is 10, Y is 20, and Z is 15 Z. So I want to make a comparison between three values and show which one is the highest number. So I have to start off with if X greater than Y
And
and X at the same time greater than Z, I'll simply say X is greatest, okay? Greatest. Now, what would be the other statement? Else?
we can write another if.
Yes. We need to write another if. So it means I have to write a else if. Else if Y greater than on X, I can omit it, but for your understanding, I'll write it. Y greater than Z, then put as Y is greatest. Else?
Z is greater.
Yeah. Z is greatest. So in our case, Y is greatest. So let us check the validity of the program. Y is greatest, right? In here.
Yes.
So any confusion on this? No, right? Fine. Ternary operator, ternary condition, sorry. Ternary condition. A shortcut JavaScript programmers know about this ternary condition. For example, X greater than Y greater than 10, then
But Y is greater.
okay, Y is greater. Else Y is greater than 10. Okay, then here Y is than less than 10. Right? So if I execute, nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going to happen because I have to. What does this mean actually? It means if y is greater than 10, return this string. So I'll simply say, okay, return this one. Colon refers to else. This one is else. Return this. This is the meaning of that particular line. Okay. So if I want to, if I execute, nothing is going to happen, as I said. Here, nothing has been printed. So what I can do is, so either say put s y is greater than 10, or else equate it to particular variable and say put as output y is greater than 10. Any questions so far?
No.
It's pretty straightforward, right?
Yes.
Anyone else has any doubt on this? Anyone has any confusion?
I hope to provide me with the recording because Zoom was lost the connectivity with me. And
No, so recordings are safe actually with Naveen and Hema. So once you are done with the session, right?
yes,
Naveen or Hema would send you the recording.
please, it will be helpful for me because Zoom was closed.
Yeah,
So
no problem.
I
See,
lost all
even if you,
after if statement, I lost everything.
even if your Zoom closes, right, there is no problem of the recording. So recording is done on the cloud. So Naveen should be able to send you the recording once it's done.
Okay.
Once
Okay.
the session is done.
Great.
Okay. Yeah. So any questions on this if else and if else if kind of stuff? All right. Okay. Next one is case when. It is called switch case in other languages. Switch case. I declare x is 10 case x. See, you might get a doubt. So when do we use this switch case? For example, your return value from a particular execution is in the limited boundaries, some limited. You know that if the output is in between these numbers or these strings, etc., etc. Okay, not other than that. Something like HTTP status error codes 500, 400, 300s, these codes, HTTP codes. So you know for sure it would return some kind of a known code, right? So case 1 is for matching that. So case X. When 10 you want to perform, or I'll take a realistic example. This is, for example, dollar amount. Okay, your application supports 5 currencies, for example. Okay, it supports 5 currencies. When dollar, this is a case for dollar amount. When yen, when real, right? I mean, dinar or real, I don't know. Dinar. When INR, Indian rupee. When British pound. Okay. So you want to convert this into the user selected. He's from Japan. So N. So if it is yen, it should be converted into dollar amount into exchange rate, right? Exchange rate of yen. Similarly, corresponding to so here you know for sure that you are supporting only these things. So I can use a case 1 instead of if else if. I can write the same statement to get this excuse me, to get this functionality. I can use if else if also, right? I can write the same thing. Dollar amount is already defined. If dollar, it's not amount, dollar amount and currency equal to yen, something like this. Case currency. When it's yen, do something. When it's dinar, do something. INR, do something. British pound, do something. I can write the same, rewrite the same statement. If currency equals to yen, do the same stuff, right? Next, else if currency equal to dinar, do the same stuff. So on, right? So why am I not doing this but using specifically case 1? Any ideas?
The question again?
See, I can achieve the same functionality using if else. So if then, what is the necessity of case when? Is the
I
question.
think it's a performance related because the if statements will be all executed until it reach the match. But in the case, it will enter the specific case that match. I think it's converting the condition into some symbolic.
Yeah, what it said is correct. It is more like a performance. It is due to performance. Case when is quite performant than if else or else if. So these cases we use this case when statements and not else if else. Okay. Understood? Whenever we know for sure that only few cases to be handled by matching, we make use of case when. So here, when the currency is yen, this would be calculated. Suppose the user selects currency as dinar, the second one, INR third, and PP fourth. Else if we would return the same amount without any exception. Default is dollar, something like that. Okay, understood? Any questions on this? Okay. So I can switch to the next topic then. Okay, I take it as a yes then. Next, how to iterate over collections in Ruby. First of all, what is a collection? Third one is looping statements. Looping statements. Okay, looping statements we have while, until, for, each, what else do we have? While, until, for each, up to, loop to or loop. So these are the looping statements that are available. These are, each and everything has a specific use for a specific use case. Okay. For each, these two especially can be used only on collections. What do you mean by collections in any language? Containers for storing data. Temporary containers that are arrays and hashes in Ruby. So in Ruby, we have only these two collection data structures. Do we have vector, linked list? No, right, by default. We don't have any of those, linked list, stack, queue, nothing of that sort. Only we have arrays and hashes. Another one also called range. So we have these three.
I think the array is working like the stack.
Pardon?
The array will work like the stack. It has a pop and push.
Yeah, yeah. So what I mean to say is, see, array itself will work like a stack. But what I meant to say is default Ruby has only these two collections. But if at all you want to write a vector, you want to write a stack, you want to write a queue, you want the functionality of that, right? You can always write it in, using plain Ruby. You have to write your stack yourself. You have to write your queue yourself. It's not readily available in Ruby. Okay, everything stack queue, everything can be processed as an array in Ruby, as you told. Okay. Okay. So these can be for and each can be used only on corrections. Okay. Let us see. First, we'll see the while example. I want to just print numbers from 1 to 10. How many ways I can print it using these loops? First, I'll make use of while I equal to 1, while I plus 10 or equal to 10 int. So while followed by a condition. Basically, what I want to do is while followed by a condition, and here print put as I. I need to increment I, right? If I don't increment I gets on getting printed I plus 1. One to 10. I less than or equal to 10, print that I, increment I equal to I plus 1. So first time I is 1 already, second time I is 2, 2 less than equal to 10, yes, and it continues 3, 3 less than equal to 10, and so on. As simple as that using while. Any questions on while?
Can you repeat, please?
So I want to print, see, if I want to print numbers, right, from 1 to 10, I can't simply say put test 1, put test 2. I can't go on writing this, right, put test 3 and so on. It would be cumbersome, right? To make my job easier, there are called looping statements or iterations where I can use while by a condition I can make it possible. Okay, I is declared to be 1. I is less than or equal to 1, yes or no? Right? I is less, right? So it comes into this, put as I, printing 1, it will print 1 here. After that, I equal to I plus 1. What is the value of I now? 2, right?
Yes.
1 plus 1 is 2. 2 less than or equal to 10. True, right? Comes into the loop, prints 2. I is now?
So until the condition is satisfied,
Yes,
it will keep on looping.
exactly. Okay. As simple as that. So this is while. Similar to while is until. Yeah. Until, I'll say until I is 10. Go on looping. It's like plain English. Yeah, until I is 10. Yes, I is 10. So it stopped at 9. You can say until I greater than 10. Now what will be the value? What will be the output? 1 to
1 to 10?
Yeah, 1 to 10. If I say until I less than 10,
It will not run, I guess.
exactly. Nothing to run, right? Because already I is less than 10.
Yeah.
So it's a greater than equal to 10 and so on. Until. I'll go ahead with for.
For will
That
use
is used on,
range.
pardon?
We'll use range for for.
Yeah, for, yes, we use range and array both. So let me explain what is a range first. Range is a range of values. R is it's denoted by one dot dot. Numeric, for example, 10. Okay? This is a closed string. So R dot class will give me a range class. Range class superclass is object. Okay. So what does it include inside this range? Let us see. R dot for I in R, put as I in D. So it consists of values from 1 to 10. This range is holding values from 1 to 10. Similarly, there is another range called open range, 3 dots. Now we have 3 dots. We do the same thing in here. Put a I and D. You have only 9 numbers. Okay, the difference between 2 dot range and 3 dot range. Okay, range is sequence. So it's not only numbers that I can use on a range. I can even say strings. Sorry. From A to Z. I have a simple method to show you. R dot to underscore A will convert this into an array. This is pretty easy actually. Small z. So A, B, C, D up to capital Z. Apart from that, again small. From AB to AZ or BZ, something like that. AB, AC, AD, and so on. BAB, BBC, and so on till BY. Since I have 3 dots, so 2 dots, even BZ. So strings and floats and numbers you can use this range. Okay, that is how we have to use for on a range. So let us see here. So I declare arrays from 1 to 10 for I, any variable name. See, it's not that I have to use only I. Some var in R, inside R, put as I and D.
Put var.
It's not I, it is var, yeah. So this is the syntax. For similarly, I can use this in an array too. Suppose I declare R to be an array. Apple, banana, some array. Okay. So it has printed each value of that array. So for can be used on arrays and ranges as well. So any questions on this?
All good.
All good? Okay. Next, we'll look at each. One thing I forgot to tell you here is, see this up to, down to, each, times, all these are methods. Okay. So what do you mean by methods? So it means I have to call on an object, right? So let us see first each. For now, we'll see on an array because you don't know what is a hash map and all everything. Don't want to confuse you much. So I'll declare this array once again. Array. So array, I'll say here ARR. Since each is a method, I have to say ARR dot each do, this is a different syntax, do some xyz or whatever you want to write it, you can write it there. So here, each is a method, as I told you, dot each. This piece is called, from do to end is called in Ruby, from called a block, BLOCK. Okay, it's called a block in Ruby. Okay. Please, this is an important one because most of your syntax in Ruby looks like this only. This pipe symbol, right? Pipe symbol X is there, right? So X is called block variable. Okay. So understood? Just the notation, I mean, that is called a block. This is called a block variable. So array dot each do, this is a block. So what is the value of X first time? First time the value of X is apple, right? And next time it's banana. Next time it is cherry.
Cherry.
That is why it is getting printed. So first time, this block variable, as I told you, apple, banana, and cherry, the same statements can be written in another way. A shortcut form you can call off. ARR dot each single line statement. So what will be the output? Same output, no change. Apple, banana, and cherry. Single line statement. Here, this is called flower braces. Open to flower braces is called, flower braces close is called.
Block.
Yes, block. So instead of this, instead of do and end, we are writing flower brackets, do and end. Okay. So this is called a block. This whole thing, sorry, this thing is called a block. And what is this X called?
Block variable.
Block variable. See, it's not mandatory to write X, Y, Z, or it's whatever you want to write. My where, anything. Whatever you want, you can write it here. And it's also not mandatory to have only one. You can write as many as you wish. But rest of the things would be nil by default. They don't get assigned any value by the collection. Okay? Only one variable only gets assigned a value for each iteration in this each
Okay.
method. Yeah, array each method. Got it? Any questions so far?
What happens if I put x equal, for example, x equal e, for example?
X equal. Can you type it if you don't mind?
If I put put x as a, I identify x as a value, put value for x, not in the block, not in the block variable, but inside the method. You got me?
And can you rewrite the code on chat and let me know? I can.
Okay.
What do you want to put me?
I mean that if x, I put a value for x, okay, inside the method,
Got it.
not in
Something
the
like this.
block variable. No, outside the loop itself. I tell him put yes, exactly.
So here, and you want to access X here, right?
Yes.
No, this is local. X is not defined, right? Can't get that. 100. So X, this X.
Do not do the loop.
Yeah, it's not using the loop, right? It is using the value.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't do any good for us, right? If you look at it, we want to iterate over the array.
If it's array, it will give me the same array as well, right?
See, if you put in X in here, now what do you think?
I think will not get anything.
Will not get anything, right? Because X is local. We did not provide any X, so this X is taken as 100. If you want to print, put this.
If I put
Apple 100, banana 100, cherry 100.
yeah.
Okay, this value will be taken by the block. Yeah, it will take the value of max is 100. Unless you override it by writing like this something.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yes. So I will in any condition I cannot I cannot put two variables inside the loop, right?
Yeah, you can put any variable. See, I can do that.
The blocked variable.
Yeah.
It is
But
only one variable, not I cannot put it multiple elements.
you can put multiple elements. See, why? Okay, I will say inspect. I'll say put as k dot spec. What happened? These are nil.
Yes.
Your y is nil and k is nil. So even if you specify this, it's of no use, right?
Okay. So if I didn't, I will not use it.
Yes, you can write it. There is no hard and fast rule that you should not write it, but it's of no use. So generally we omit these kind of things when you're working with an array. Simply we do only this stuff. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Quickly we'll have a 5-minute break and we'll resume. So this is self-explanatory. Up to can be used on strings and floats and integers. 1 up to 10 do this is block variable, print x. So 1 to 10. If I do the same thing, but instead of that, I say 10 to 1. It doesn't do anything. So
It'll
always,
be down to.
yeah, always remember the first one should be lesser than the later one. So generally we say 1 up to 10, right? And not 10 up to 1, right?
Yes, correct.
Similarly, you can do it with strings as well, alphabets, something like that. I'll use the short form, okay? It has printed from A to K. Correct? Similarly, down to. So what will be the output?
Descending from 10 to 1. Oh, okay.
Right, as you said, from 10 to 1. You can do the same thing using strings as well. Down to. See, seldom we use down to, up to, etc. So maximum we use each and while for numeric calculations. And one more thing, one more times, this also is. So most used are times, each, while. Only these things we use. But as part of our training curriculum, I have to discuss what is available. So I've been discussing these things. Next is times. I want a particular operation to be executed these number of times, repeatedly. For example, I want to print hello for 10 times. 10 dot times do, no need of any. Test hello, something like this. 10 times repeated. Repeat those statements n number of times. Ten times. Now a question for you. I did not write a block variable, right? But I want to give a block variable x. So what would be the value of x in here? Any guesses? Any guesses?
10.
10? Okay. Any other values?
Will it be the index? 1, 2, 3, 4 until 10?
Exactly. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 9.
Okay.
So kind of an index. Okay. But it's not necessary, it's just for your knowledge sake, I'm explaining this. So you can give a block variable, times will give an enumeration to the block variable, that is index 0, 1, 2, and so on. Understood?
Yes.
So this loop do is used for some repeated checks. For example, until that happens, something is rendered on that page. You go on processing this. Kind of, for example, if I try to run this, right, hello keeps on getting printed, never ending. So I have to end it by using some kind of an condition, right? Otherwise, it would process forever. So if I value reaches 5, I set it to break the statement in order to get out of the loop, come out of the loop, or break the loop. So loop, we make use of these kind of scenarios, like a timeout scenarios. You execute until this timeout. These kind of scenarios we make use of loop. Any questions so far? Okay, then I have a question for you. Can I write this?
In JavaScript, this is allowed, but I don't know in Ruby. I think it's fine.
The same.
So it is not supported. So Ruby doesn't support pre-increment, pre-decrement, post-increment, post-decrement operators.
You can write I plus equal 1.
Yeah. The maximum you can do is this you can do, shortcut. But main thing to concentrate is Ruby does not support pre, post, increment, operators. Okay, like JavaScript, like Java. It doesn't have I plus plus, I minus 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 I minus minus, plus plus I. Okay. So these are about loops. Now let us get into the interesting parts now about strings. Strings in Ruby or string in Ruby. So how to define a string in Ruby? First of all, there is nothing such kind as a character in Ruby. See, people coming from other languages might get a doubt saying that character char, char data type char, right? So there is no data type concept. There is no concept of data types in Ruby. So there is no specific thing, something called a character and a string. There is no differentiation between a character and a string. So you can define C equal to character A, string A, or C equals hello. There is no difference between these two. Both are strings, right? Do you agree?
Yes.
So both are strings. So how to define a string? Using this notation. You can use either single quotes or you can use double quotes for defining a string. str equal to hello, I can do this. Similarly, str equal to single quotes hello, I can do this as well. But what is the difference between declaring it with a double quoted string and double quotes and the single quotes? There is a subtle difference between the both. Whenever we want to interpolate values, in the sense I want to substitute values in the string, then single quotes would not work. Let us see with an example. X is 10 and I want to print something like the value of X is, I want to get the value of X be printed, X to be printed in the string. So I can say hash
X.
curly brackets and put in X in there. Recently ES6 introduced this same kind of thing in JavaScript. Okay. So this is substituting the value of X inside this string. This is a string, right? So I'll copy this and paste in here. The output is the value of X is 10, right?
Mm.
So this X is substituted. Now let us do the same by having it as a single quote. Now, what is the output? Do we have X substituted?
No.
No, right? So, single quoted strings do not support interpolation in Ruby. Okay? Never you can substitute a value into a single quoted string. Please remember. Okay. I want to get, for example, there is a string called hello. I want to get the length of the string.
str.length.
str dot length, right? Or str dot size. So how do I know that these methods exist inside a string? How can I know that these, I can call the length on a string? Anyone?
str.help.
I didn't get you. str?
Or
The question.
Okay. So str dot methods. There is a method called methods of the object class where it will give me return an array of methods that I can call on this particular object. Okay, so it is str.methods. Got it?
Yes.
But how to use it? I don't know how to use it. See, generally we have to look at the documentation in order to get an idea of how to use the methods and what are the available methods in that particular class. So what is the class of str? What is the class of str?
string.
String, right?
String.
String. So I need to look at this class. So since you are using Ruby 2.6.0, right? As far as we discussed, for a project. Ruby 2.6 you're using, right?
For this project or Hunger Station project?
Oh, you're working on two projects? Okay. Hunger Station or whatever. For example, you're working on 2.6.0 Ruby version. I have to look at documentation of Ruby 2.6.0, right? So what we do is class, simply write class string and type in Ruby 2.6. The first one is preview 2. This is the symbol. Okay. So this is the documentation for your Ruby 2.6 class string. So if I open this class, what is the parent of Ruby string class? Parent class or super class of string?
Object.
Object. Here it is written.
I can't see the screen.
Everyone.
I can see it.
Yes, it's me also.
It's opening only the browser. Okay,
Hey,
now
probably you're slow on the network or something like that because everyone else could see it.
Yeah, it's actually the browser now. Are you opening something else?
No. What do you see on my screen now?
Browser.
Yeah, I am on it.
I not loaded the browser, but now it's good. You think you can scroll to see if you have connection issue? Oh, it's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So as you can see, string, the parent is object. And you can see these are the methods. If I scroll down a bit, you can see methods in here on the left hand side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
First two, if you see colon, colon, new, colon, colon, try convert. These two methods especially. These are public class methods. Rest of them hash, starting with a hash, are instance methods. We know what is a class method and what is an instance method, right?
Yes.
Yes. For example, I want to create public class method new. How can I use this method? Directly by class name. Something like this. String dot new. He's asking me to provide a, this is class name dot new. It means new is a class method, right? Okay. The other ones are instance methods. So here, if you look at it, on the method, what I used is length, right? Somewhere if you scroll down, so length. So length would give me, returns the character length of that string. That is how I'm able to access or get the length of a particular string. Okay. So now let us discuss the most important methods. We are not going to discuss each and every method of the string class, but the most important methods used by the string for a string manipulation or string methods. Most important ones. The first and foremost being length that we already discussed. Length or size would return the length of it or size would return the size of the string. That is 5 character length. This string str, I want to convert this, or I want an uppercase version of this. So there is a method called upcase. Okay. So what is the value of str? Now after this method application, after applying the method, what is the value of str?
Capital hello.
No, it's still lowercase hello. Okay.
Okay.
Please remember that it will not modify the object.
Why it won't modify it?
Why? In the sense the implementation is like that. We are just returning, the method just returns the uppercase version of the string. It doesn't modify it. Okay.
Because we are using in the view. So if we are using this one in code to view something, and this happened, it's already happened, right?
Pardon? Yeah. You can simply upcase it in the view. Is that you're talking about or anything else?
Are you asking me?
No, Aman.
Can you repeat your question, please?
No, are you clear about it? Why it is not returning modifying the object? That's what the question was, right? So the default implementation in Ruby uppercase is to return an uppercase value only. not to modify the object.
Mm.
Okay. So anything else? You have any other doubts? You want to modify the object permanently? Is that you want? If you want to modify the object permanently, let me know. I'll write code for it. Okay.
Sure.
I'll go on. I mean, I'll continue, and in the middle, I'll show you how to modify the object. Okay. Similarly, str dot down case. It's already in down case, so it's nothing to do with it. Or else I'll modify a bit. Hello world. So I'll make str to have this hello world, and str dot upcase would return an upcase hello world. What is the value of str now?
Hello world.
The hello
But
world, capital H and small e, right?
yes,
Yes. Now again, str dot down case. What is the value of str now?
should be the same as the first line.
Exactly. Should be the same. So whatever operation you do, something like str dot swap case will simply swap the cases. Even then, str is still the original value only. And str dot capitalize. So we discussed about upcase, downcase, swap case, and capitalize. Four methods in cases. Okay.
Mm.
But still the value is str only.
It is all in instance methods, right?
Now, there is another version of these methods called str dot upcase. There is another method called upcase bang. Okay, upcase exclamatory or upcase bang. Okay. It returned hello world. Now str value. What will be the value of str?
The new one.
Pardon?
It will be the upcase value.
Case value. So these methods are called destructive methods in Ruby. So let us open up the documentation and see upcase, right? You upcase, exclamation. You can see right two versions of the same method. Upcase bang. Upcase is the contents of the string returning nil if no changes were made. String or nil, returning nil if no changes were made. Okay. So it will modify the object permanently. Okay. These are called destructive methods. So now the value of str is this. Now I will try to, I'll say down case. Now what is the value of str?
Capital.
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 Capital. Yes, you're right. Capital.
So the banners make it as a constant method.
Pardon?
So the ban is ban sign mean it is make the modification is permanent.
Yes. Modification is permanent in these kind of methods.
Static message that should be there.
Yeah. So now what I'll do is I will swap case str dot swap case. Now what is the output? What is str? I mean. down case one, right? So destructive methods, pretty important.
So this kind of methods is used for passing by reference alternative in other languages.
It's not reference actually, it's actually modifying the whole object altogether. Your object is no more having that same value.
I'm talking like a method like array.sort, for example. It will return the sorted array, but if there is a disruptive method for it, it will sort the same array. So this is something like passing by reference.
Yes, same. Yes, what you said is right. See, once you see, for example, array, what you're talking about, there is sort method, and there is also another method called sort destructive. So once you use sort destructive, it would sort it permanently. It will sort it and make it a permanent array. The original array will be removed. Okay? Modified,
Okay.
sorry. Not removed, modified.
Yeah, okay.
Okay? What you said is right. So now I have str dot reverse. I want to reverse a string. So again, the value of str is, what is the value of str? Hello world only. So I also have a destructive method for reverse. So if I use this, it will be
reverse it hello world.
Reverse in. So I don't want to use that. So I'll leave it as it is, leave it as it is. Or else I have to couple of times do reverse, right? Or something like whatever we learned now, 2 times put this, no. 2 times reverse, but I can't. Okay, I can do this bank and see str. Hello world. If I do 3 times, like that. Combination of earlier discussed time method and this kind of, okay. But basically we are trying to discuss string method reverse. Okay. Now what are the important methods to be discussed? Let us see. Plus, star is very important method. Plus is another important method. Yeah, let us see. So str, I have this, so I'll once again permanently reverse it. str, for example, str star 2, twice multiplication, twice. It's like simple multiplication, right? Whenever you want to use this kind of, see, when you're trying to log something, right, in Ruby on Rails or any other languages. So if I would do that, I would try to log something like this. Put this star into 100. So it will print that line, right? Unnecessarily, I don't want to print something like this kind of stuff, right? You understood what I'm trying to tell you? We try to print logs, right? Print debug statements like this, the older way. So in that case, we can make use of these kind of stuff. Okay.
100 by times.
So str is this, str plus a space in between high. adding two strings, So what is the value of str? It's still hello world. I'm not concatenating it. I'm just adding two strings together. Okay. Now earlier we asked str space hi. I'm appending. This is a method of string class. Clearly you can see this is a method. This is nothing to do with our class definition. This is a method of string class. Append hi. Now your str value is?
Hi, all of it. Hello world. Hi.
Yes. It is appended. Like train wagons getting appended, right? So appending.
This sign is same as Ben, same as Ben.
Same as what?
The Ben sign. It will be.
Yeah, less than sign. Yeah, a couple of times.
Yeah, if I put a couple of times, it will be same as equal ban. It will change. It will modify the string.
Yes. It will modify the string. Append. See, append is a permanent operation, right?
Yeah.
You're appending a string at the end, right? So it's a permanent operation. Okay?
Okay.
But not addition.
But not?
Addition.
Addition.
Adding.
Yes.
Equal to. str equal to hello world. False. It's not. Because it is hello world hi. Right?
Okay.
True or false? This also returns the same. But you want to override it, you can override it. This is very important method, but I'll take it up in the next session because I don't think we'll have time to do it. But I'll skip this for now. Square brackets method.
So,
string indexing.
Yeah, continue. Sorry.
String indexing starts from 0. str of 0 would return the first character of the string, that is H. What is str of 1?
E.
Similarly 2
L.
and so on. Okay, let me quickly change this to hello world. str of 5.
Empty space.
Space, right? Space character. Okay. str of -1.
We don't have. I think we will have an error.
H.
The last character. Okay.
Oh.
-2. Second last character. -100.
Null.
Nil. Yes, you're right. Nil. Similarly, str of 100 is also nil. It is not existent, right? It's not existent. So it is nil or nothing. Okay. Understood? Right. That is the square brackets method. See, all these are methods, not operators. Please remember, these are methods and not operators. It means in the string class, so in the class defined, class string end, there would be methods of this kind, def, right? You agree?
Yes.
Okay. So these are methods and not operators. Fine. Bytes, byte slice, capitalize. I mean, these are pretty simple. You can do it. You can have it referred by yourself. Chop. Clear. Yes, clear is one important method. Dot clear. Clear will make this an empty array. Empty string permanently. So str is no more containing any characters at all. It is emptied. Okay. So I want to check whether a string is empty or not. String dot empty question mark. Is the string empty? Yes. Please remember, in this kind of methods, empty question mark, in Ruby, methods ending with a question mark always return Boolean objects. Yes, you're right. Boolean objects. Okay. So if we are writing any newer methods, something like def admin question mark, some kind of a methods where we want to return a Boolean object, we should write these kind of methods with a question mark, is admin. So we are returning some logical true or false. Okay. Some user dot admin equals true. That is a database value. Okay. Is admin true or false? Something like we have to write it as question mark. Okay. So hello here. Concat str dot concat space and world. It is concatenated, permanently adding the space world to hello. Okay, that is concat method. Each byte and each character are important methods, but mostly use each char. So str dot each underscore byte. See, I'll show you the documentation because you need to know. Novice programmers should know how to look at the documentation, right? For that, each byte, how to use it? You have to provide a block of code. You can see here, I call this as a block, right? It would return a string, it seems. So hello.each byte, this would print something like this. So I have to write something equivalent to that. So each byte I have to provide a block. You can do it by using do and end method also, or else the shortcut flower bracket method, something like put sx end. So this is the ASCII character codes of each and every character mentioned in the hello world string. Got it? So the shortcut would be str each byte give it a C or a B or whatever, put a C block. This is called a block of code. This is called the block parameter. Okay, so each byte will return. Similarly, each char, I'll use shortcut here onwards. Shortcut form. Hello world. I am iterating through each character of a string. I did not mention this each underscore character in the loops that we discussed earlier, if you remember, right? Because this method is only applicable on what kind of an objects? String objects, right? That is why we did not discuss this as part of the standard loops. Okay, any questions so far?
So far, so good.
Okay. Each line, if you have multiple lines, you can iterate through each line, something like this. There is a slash n, it means it's two lines, so each line, I'll say line, this line. So each line I can iterate through. If you are getting these values from a CSV or a text file, reading a file, then it would take it into a string and iterating through that string via each line. And
So what's the difference between append and insert?
Append and
Insert.
oh, insert we did not discuss about, right? So we are yet to discuss insert. This one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we are yet to discuss insert. I'll okay, I'll just start now. So, for example, str is what? Hello world. Str dot insert. See, if I want to insert at a particular position, at a particular index, this is insert.
Okay, so in case of append, it will be the last. It will be in the last one.
Always the last, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and with. So str dot end with. Does it end with D? Sorry, it's a character D. Yeah, it ends with D. Does it end with something else? No, false. Similarly, str dot start with capital H, false, because str is small h. Okay. Very important method, gsub. Very important. Okay, there is sub and gsub, two methods are there. Str dot substitute or sub. Substitute L with some K. If you see, only one occurrence has been substituted. The rest of them were not substituted, right? So that is what the functionality of substitute or sub. It will only replace the first occurrence. No, I want to replace all the occurrences. Then I have to use something like G sub or global sub. Okay, now we have echo worked. So what is the value of str? Once again,
Should be hello world.
Yes, should be and is hello world. Right? So I want to make it a permanent change. I can use this new method. Okay. See, there is a destructive method for GSub as well. Another very important method is include something like substring. So str does your string include hi true? So include is a very important method. So you can check whether something is being included in that particular string. Okay. Any questions so far?
No.
Okay. So let us see. Insert, we have seen inspect. I forgot to define what is inspect. In Ruby, inspect, any method, any object is converted into a string. Okay. It shows any object in Ruby in a human readable form. So what do you understand by this? Let me show you with this small example. Um, is an array. Is an array with these values. What is it? Ruby strings. What is the output? It printed the numbers of that array, right? But basically it is trying to print an array. Correct?
Yes.
It is printing an array. But see, with my eyes, I'm not able to recognize what is it. So I'll say inspect. See, this is the second one, what is printed. Or let me comment this out. So using inspect, I can see with my eyes and say, okay, this is an array, right? These are not simple integers. It's an entire array. That is the beauty of inspect. Inspect shows any object in Ruby in human readable form. Okay, very important method, human readable form. Okay, that is what it does. Next, match is a very important method. Match and equal to tilde methods. I'll take it up if time permits. I don't think I can cover. I can just show you the working of match and equal to. Partition, okay, kind of an important method. What is method I have called? I'll make this as capital world and then str partition. Start something like uppercase 0 again 0. Okay. Something like a split, not an explicit splitter, but make a partition by using space as the partitioning character. Something like that. Okay, you partition it by space. So it has partition hello, space, and world as well.
This instead of substring function or the same?
No, see, there is another method str.split. See, this also does the same, but with a different something like split. It uses space as a delimiter. Split. Okay.
What about if I need some count of for 3 letters or split only first three letters?
You're asking about the substring method, right?
This is different. This we have substring method.
Yeah.
No, this one.
See, you can do this. You can string slice 0.3. This you can do. Oh, sorry, 2. You want to slice it as part of it.
Yes.
No, but I want to slice each and every word of it. Again, you have to write a piece of code. For example, split it by a space and this is what you want.
This is the same.
Right? So I have to extend it bit by using array functionality and achieve it. But directly, you can't have that.
So collect is like map?
Yeah, map in JavaScript.
There is map in, I think, in Ruby.
Yeah, in Ruby, map.
Okay. So, I mean, collect is the same as map.
Yes, you're right. Collect is same as map.
Okay.
And it is same as map in JavaScript also.
Okay.
In JavaScript also, ES6, we have a map method. That too does the same thing. Same functionality. Okay?
So, can I have a small question? Why does they have the same two methods? I mean, two different names for the same functionality.
Basically, it's just an alias. The underlying code is the same. It's just an alias method. Method name. It's an alias.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just an alias method. The implementation, underlying implementation is same. In Ruby, you can alias a method by using the keyword alias. So you can give us other name to the same method so that people can use with the second method name, they can use the same method, or the original method name also, you can use the same method. Something like that. Okay, where are we? What are we discussing? Partition, right? Okay. So str dot partition we have seen, we can even use a regular expression in order to do this. For example, same, a space character. Okay. I want to partition by capital letters. I want to partition by AEIOU. This kind of. This is a regular expression. Regular expressions I'll take it up in the next class. So what I mean to say is we can use even for G sub. So earlier we discussed the G sub, right? str dot G sub global sub. We can given okay, for example, I want to substitute a space with something like a star character. I can do this. I want to substitute all capital letters with a star character. I can do this. Okay, something like this. Okay, and a regular expression. I can provide a regular expression basically for these methods. Any questions so far? Any questions?
No, we're good.
Okay. So let us see count. So someone asked about count, I guess. str dot count on how many L's are there in it. 3 L's altogether. How many L's and O's together? 5. 2 O's and 3 L's. So it counts in that fashion. It doesn't count a single kind of a letter as LO as a single unit. Okay. Please remember when you say count, it will take 2 characters into consideration. Delete. str dot delete. You delete a particular character or a particular group of characters. I want to delete L, 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 O, for L and L, sorry, L and O. So both L and O will be deleted from the string. Similar to count. L and O, it means both. So I have a destructive method as well for delete. Something like, yeah, this is delete. Okay. What are the other important methods? Match is important method, which I'll take it up later. Partition we have seen. Scan. It's a very important method, scan. Scan, str. I want to scan for spaces. So it takes in regular expressions. Backslashes, yes. I want to scan, for example, there is a large string. I want to scan for email addresses. Okay, I can use the scan method. I want to scan for capital letters. H and W are there. It returns an array. See, you can see it returns an array. Okay. Scan, very important method. Or else without regular expression, if you want to scan for, I want to scan for a space. I want to scan for capital H, capital W, nothing. Now it takes as a combination of word scan. Okay. Slice, size is done. Scrub, I've never used it. Let me check. Scrub. Oh, invalid byte sequence. Okay, we replace with valid bytes. Somewhere, if you get this kind of on execution, runtime executions at times, in logs especially, you can see these kind of characters being printed. Okay, if you encounter such kind of things, you want to scrub it, means you can change this into a valid byte sequence using that. This is the scrub method. I think they were introduced in somewhere around 2.5, I guess. This method I've not seen recently. Slice. Slice we have seen. So it is similar to this kind of a method. 0.2 will give you 3 characters. 4 to 6 will give you whatever characters. Similar to the slice method. It's only the notation difference. Slice or square brackets methods will return the same values. If I have a 3, it will only take in 1 character because 3 will exclude the last range, right? In the range, it will exclude the last character. Index. Slice. You can see if you slice to 0, 1, 2. Slice 3 to 6, 0, 1, 2, 3. Space is A. Slice S dot star T. It means from S to T. So S space A space S T. This one.
Why not the first S?
Which one?
Why didn't get a return from the first S letter? And this.
This one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah. Let me check. Nice question. Let us use the same.
I think maybe because the space is not considered a dot asterisk.
Yeah, let me check what is. So space, it's not a space. This is yes.
This is S letter, but I mean because there is no space after the S.
No, it is considering. See, this is wrong. What the output he has written.
Okay.
What you said is right.
Okay.
Because star, right? Dot star means any character.
Yeah.
It should take in the whole set. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, what you said is right. Right from this to this.
I will suggest a modification for the documentation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
If you want, I mean, this kind of an output, what we could do is, probably backslash yes. Okay. Backslash capital S dots.
I think it's a small s for the space.
Starting with an S. Okay. Starting with an S. Let me pull this out.
I think it's a small s for the space.
No. S got modified because of
Yeah.
permanent modification. Sorry.
Yeah.
This is what we are not able to. So I'll remove this permanent modification and then,
Just use the original string and then dot slice.
yes, that is what problem was. So
I think it's a small s for the space.
this is non-white space, backslash capital S. Okay.
This is for the white space.
Yes. See, white space is small, this one. Okay. For non-white space, It's
Okay.
it's capital S. So that
Okay.
is ST. So what I'm trying to do is the plus would return the entire thing in non-space. So this one. But if you want a space, as you said, then \s followed by some other character. Character star and T, right? This is what you wanted, right? This is the output he has given, right? Yeah, SAST. Oh, SAST. Then it would be either hard code with I or a non-white space. Yes, followed by non-white followed by space. Something like this, but not entirely.
Can you open the browser again? I think the result, there is no SA connected SA. There is no connected SA in the original string.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's a mistake.
Documentation mistake. Yeah. Entire documentation mistake. We can just. So this is not. There is no SA because there is a space in between. Yes, we can't get that output because the string itself is wrong, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, good catch.
Maybe the previous slice is modify the string, but still it wouldn't match. I mean, if the previous line modified the string, also the first one, so it's a mistake. It's a mistake.
Yes.
Because all of the statements is modifying the string, so it doesn't count.
Yes. Right. Really, yeah, it's a very good catch actually. Scan we have seen, size start with we have seen, substitute we have seen, swap case we have seen. Yeah, converting any string into any other object type. Okay, pretty simple. I'll say num number is 10. This is an integer, but number is 10. This is an string. So I want to add num plus 20. It's not possible, right? I can't convert an integer into a string. Agreed? So what I need to do, either I have to convert, I have to convert this number into an integer. For that, num.to_I would convert into an integer. Now I can simply add it to a 20. That is altogether 30. Right? So converting a string into an integer. Similarly, converting into a floating point, 2_f. Converting into a rational number. Converting into a complex number, 2_I. C. Complex numbers. I mean, it's completely math. I don't think we'll use complex numbers. Somewhere in our academics, we have learned about complex numbers, right? So majorly 2_I, 2_f, 2_r, and also 2_s if required. Okay, and any other conversions? Yes, very important in string class and in Ruby on Rails also. str, for example, str dot 2_sym, very important method, or str dot intern, both do the same thing. They convert a string into a symbol. Okay, you might have seen across Ruby on Rails code or Ruby code, lot of things like this, these kind of stuff, right? Colon.
Yeah.
These are symbols. So why do we use symbols instead of strings? So we have got 4 minutes, so probably I can take it up now. So why do we use it? So this method to symbol and into dot in turn convert a string into a symbol. Let us see what is a symbol. Symbols definition of a symbol, the simple definition of a symbol is symbols are just like strings. Okay. Then what is the difference between symbol and string? Let us see. str, okay, and say str is just hello. And sym I have to define using colon. I'll say hi. Colon. Okay. So str dot class would give me string. Sym dot class would give me symbol. Right? Fine. str equal to hello. str dot object id. In Ruby, any object when created would have a unique object ID created in the memory. Okay. So I'm again creating a hello object, str object. Is the object ID same? No, right? It is different each and every time. Can you see that?
Yes.
Right. So what does this mean? So if I execute str equal to hello first time, one object is created on the stack, right? Again when I say str equal to hello, another object is being created on the stack. Similarly, how many times I create the same object, it is trying to create a new object altogether, right? Now let us see sim equal to hi. Sym dot object ID. Again I say hi object ID. Again I say hi object ID. I say hi object ID. And how many times I do the same thing, the ID remains the same, right?
Yes.
So it means if I create the same method, same object, it is using the excuse me, already created object. Agree?
Okay.
So reusability. So memory, it's saving a lot of memory. That is why in Ruby on Rails or Ruby, we make use of symbols, but not strings. Okay, understood? Any questions on this? Okay, I think we are time. I think this is the closing time, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's 5 p.m.
Yes. So, any doubts regarding our initial session? It was a pretty long and hectic, I know, but this is our schedule, so I had to press a little bit more. So, any questions on this? Any points you don't understand? Feel free. Otherwise, you can mail me directly on my personal email address at gmail.com or via Naveen at KnowledgeHut also you can reach me out. Or else tomorrow's session, you can recollect whatever we have discussed, any issues you find you're not able to understand, able to follow. In the first 10-15 minutes, we could discuss, and then we can go ahead with the rest of the topics. Sounds good?
Yes.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for your time and for the session. So yesterday we were discussing about strings and symbols. I guess you understood the difference between a string and symbol. So if so, I can continue. Otherwise, I'll repeat the same concept again. Do you want me to repeat symbols and strings?
No.
Okay. Thank you. So now we have left out with a couple of methods from the string class. Majorly one being equal to tilde method and other one being match method, M-A-T-C-H. So this is to apply a regular expression on a particular string. So regular expressions can be applied only on strings, right? So what is a regular expression? Can anyone tell me what is a regular expression? Regular.
Regex.
Yeah. So these are pattern matching. These are used for pattern matching. So what is pattern matching? For example, you have a string etc. like this. In this, you want to scrape or match for email addresses so that you can get those email addresses, scrape that email address and store in your database and do something later on with those email addresses. So if you want to find a particular pattern, we make use of regular expressions. Regular expressions can be applied only on strings. Okay. Fine. So in Ruby also we have regular expression operands and how to use regular expressions using Ruby. First, I'll make use of a online site called rubular.com. Where I can validate my regular expressions in there. So you can write your regular expression here, your test string here, and you can validate. First of all, what are the operands available? Here are the list of operands. This site is pretty useful for matching and for validating your regular expression against a string. Okay. Let us start off with dot. For example, hello world is my test string. So I want to find out, is there I want to match a white space, \s is the operand for matching white space. So you can see clearly that this website has matched, right? You can see the blue in here.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is just for your explanation. I showed this rubular.com. But if you're trying to do it in Ruby, right? For example, str is hello, right? Str equal to hello world. str dot or str equal to tilde. Regular expressions are always provided in between forward slashes backslash s. 5. So it returned the position of the match here equal to tilde. So like this, I can apply a regular expression on a particular string. I want to match all non-white spaces. A single non-white space character is denoted by backslash capital S. So how many matches do we have in here? How many matches do we have in here?
10.
Exactly. 10 matches we have. Okay. Similarly, I want to add throw in some digits in here. I want to match for a single digit backslash small d. So how many matches we have? We have 3 matches because 3 digits. I want to match for non-digits, capital D. So again, we have around 11 matches, right? Including the white space character. So I'm explaining each and every operand we could use in combination of that to get a particular pattern, to match a particular pattern. Okay. Backslash small w is to match a word character. Word character means a letter, a number, or an underscore. So if I put in an underscore in here, even that would be matched. Letter, number, and underscore. Non-word character, which is not a letter, an underscore, or a number. This is pretty important. Backslash B, word boundary, the boundaries of words. As you can clearly see, these are not spaces, but boundaries of the word hello 3 and the boundaries of the word world 5. Okay. Any questions so far? Similarly, non-word boundary would be backslash PFS. I guess most of you know this regular expression, but for others who are novice, right? So for them, it would be quite helping. Dot, very important is dot. A single character, any single character, it will match each and every single character. Okay. Start of a line backslash a, start of a line. Does our line start with H? Yes, there is a match. Does a line match start with J? There is no match. If there is no match, we'll get in red in here. Okay, that is start of a string. It's not a start of a line, it is start of a string. Similarly, end of a string backslash small z. 5. It is ending with 5? Yes. Is it ending with F? No. Now I can have I have 3 lines in here. In the string, I have 3 lines. Does the line start with, so cap, start of a line, cap, H. So how many matches do we have? 2 matches, right? Because 2. 3 lines in that, we have 2 lines which are starting with H. Similarly, end of a line is $. So always if it's end, right, you have to write it before the operand. So I'll say R ending with R. What are the lines which are ending with R? Yes, I have a match. 1 match. Okay. Now, I want to match for, let me put in something else. World. I want to match for only capital letters. Okay, I can use grouping using square brackets. I can say A to Z. Match only uppercase alphabets. If I want to match only lowercase alphabets, A to Z. If I want to match both, any ideas? A to Z, right? I can use that. I want to match even the white space. Just put in the white space there. Something else is inside here, underscore. I want to match that too. Oh, sorry, underscore. Right? So group. I don't want to match capital letters. It means lowercase alphabets, right? And other characters that are available. So I can say cap A to Z. It means apart from A to Z, not A to Z, capital A to Z, not capital A to Z. That is your lowercase alphabets and underscore. Any confusion? Are you able to follow? For newbies, it is quite confusing, but we'll follow with multiple examples so that it would be easy for you. So any questions so far?
No, it's okay for us. But how we will use this in during our coding?
Right. Yeah, that we'll use it. That after discussing these operands, right? We'll take a huge, large string, and we'll apply this so that you'll understand what is the use case where we use these regular expressions. Okay.
Okay, great.
Okay. So I want to throw in some numbers. I want to match a few numbers as well. So I can say 0 to 9. Match only these numbers. Okay. Yes, we have done with the first column, second column, third column. We'll see in that. First, we'll see plus. Okay. I have two spaces in between. Okay, between hello and world, one space and two white spaces. Okay, so I want to match white space. What is operand I should use? You can refer the table below. I want to match a white space. Can anyone tell me what is operand? Backslash. Yes, right. So how many matches are there here?
2.
2, right? Because two spaces. Backslash smallest will match only one single white space character, not two at a time. So I want to match 2 at a time or 3 at a time, which are consecutive. Okay, then I can use plus. Now how many matches are there? It is only a single match. Okay, probably I'll take another example. I want to match for Ace. So how many matches are there roughly? 12, right? If I'm not wrong. Yeah. There are 12 matches, right, of A?
Phase.
I want to club consecutive matches of A into a single unit, A plus. So you would see, like, once the server gives the response, you could see it would shrink. It's taking time, probably the server is slow. It would actually shrink, actually, this one to 3 matches. Let me hit once again. So I said A, there are 3 matches, so altogether 6 plus 4, 10 matches. If I do a plus in here, immediately you can see they have shrunk. So how many matches altogether we have now?
3.
3, one or more of a consecutive occurrences are treated to be one match. Okay. So if I remove the plus again, you can see it would widen a bit. Probably, yeah. Now I'll immediately put a plus in there. It has shrunk. So 3 matches now. Okay. I want to match only for 3 specific number of match. 3 elements of A. 3A. Number of elements are 3. I want to match only 3 A's. Okay. So how many matches do we have here?
3 also.
3 only. Okay. 3, 3, and 3. I want to match for a single A. So how many matches do I have now?
We have
10.
Right? 10. I want to match 2. Sorry, 2 matches. Now how many matches do we have?
8.
4.
Exactly, 4. Now, 2 comma 3, it means minimum 2 and maximum 3. So now how many matches do you have? It means minimum 2 Maximum 3. How many matches are there now?
3 also.
3, right? This means minimum 2, maximum is infinite. So how many matches do we have now?
3 also.
3 again, because 4 is also single unit. Okay, so that is the meaning of these 3. Now we are left out with star and question mark and or. Okay. Star means any number of characters, any type of characters. For example, A star. So everything following A is considered to be a match. If I say A dot star following A, what are the characters that are following A? If I say N star that are following N, including that match. Okay, this is N. This is representing this N. Dot star would represent all these characters. Star means anything, wild character, right? So it will match everything. Question mark. If you look at the question mark, if I simply put in a question mark, it means like optional. N might be present, N might not be present. If there is an N, you match it. If there is no N also, you match it. So earlier we were strict matching N and followed by wild character, all the characters, any characters. But now we are saying optional. It might be N or anything else. So it matched even A, something like optional. Might be present, might not be. Or a better example would be your usernames. Usernames for a website, for example, John underscore David. Is it a valid username? For yes, right?
Yes.
John dot David.
No.
No, we can, right? Gmail allows us to do it, right?
Yes, yes.
John David. Is this valid?
Yes, also.
Yes.
So, for example, we want our username, our website to accept only these 3 types. Apart from that, it should not accept any kind of a hyphen or some special characters kind of. Okay. Only an underscore, dot, and this type. So it can accept, see here it can accept any number of characters, any type of characters like numbers, etc. But not in the middle. Okay, this is our criteria. Now let us write a regular expression, simple regular expression for that. Let us start off with John David here. So John David, I mean, some people prefer to use John 8, these kind of stuff, right? So it's up to them. So I'll say \W, or better I'll use grouping A to Z and A to Z and 0 to 9 numbers. Okay. Followed by an underscore. I'll directly put in underscore. I have to put in plus any number of occurrences, followed by the same thing with a plus sign. Yeah, this is valid. This regular expression is matching this, so it is valid. Now, let us say I change this to dot. Is this valid in our website? John.David is valid, right? We'll be allowing that kind of user IDs, right, to register. So this is valid, but the regular expression seems to be wrong. So I have to fix the regular expressions. So I'll say either you can use an underscore or a dot. Fine, understood? Or A or B. Any confusion here? Till here?
No, it's all clear for me.
Now, John David is also valid, right? It's a valid username. So it takes in that. So it might be present. This one, but let me check. Plus. One minute, I just gotta go. Yeah. So this is the one. And I also can say an optional underscore or a dot or nothing. So there, here we can say it as an optional. It might be present, might not be present. Okay. Now let us see. Captures we'll see at the last. We are only left out with captures. That we'll see once we discuss a few examples on regular expressions, so that everyone would be understanding about regular expressions. I'll just search for Ruby plus Wiki and see, not this Ruby, but we want programming language Ruby. So I'll copy a couple of lines from this in here and I'll paste it here. So here is a large string. So what I want to do is, I want to find out all RUBY. I want to match all RUBY strings in this string, words in this strings. So what should I write in here? Regular expression. You understanding?
Yes, write Ruby slash W, for example, for matching.
Simply write Ruby, that's it, finished, right?
Yes.
That's it. Okay. But now I'll change the requirement a bit. I want to match all the words which are starting with capital R and ending with a Y. You can see in your laptops also, you can open this website and refer to this operands. Okay, starting with R and ending with Y. Anyone?
Slash W, for example, R underscore W.
W.
R under like open the bracket and put R and underscore Y and close the bracket, and after that we do slash backslash and W.
Underscore bracket W. How much is?
No, not like this.
Can you ping me on chat?
Yes. Yeah. It is not right, the bracket in chat. So put R and underscore Y. Should be bracket. Yes, I wrote it. Alhamdulillah. Slowly.
No, I didn't get it yet.
I put it in chat. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. Oh, so you mean to say this?
Yes.
But it's matching all Ruby, RUBYs and everything. I want only starting with R and ending with Y. Okay. For this, you can put in a capital R first because it starts with R and ending with Y. So backslash yes plus non-white space and Y. Okay. Ruby.
Okay.
But there is a slight problem here. What I'll do is I'll add an I at the front. But this is not satisfying my requirement, right? I want which is a word which is starting with capital R. But this is not starting with capital R. Instead, it is starting with capital I, right? So this regular expression is wrong. Okay. So we have to modify this regular expressions in the expression in order to get what we really require, that is starting with R and ending with Y. So we have to use in these cases, always remember using word boundaries. Okay.
Okay.
Similarly, for example, I remove this I now, it will match, and Y. Okay, it is not ending with Y, right? It is ending with H. So here also we have to specify a word boundary. Then only we can clearly say a word is starting with this character and match words which is starting with this character and ending with this character. Okay, understood?
Yes.
It's a little bit tricky, yes.
So I have a Ruby in here. I'll make this a smaller lowercase alpha. It's not matching. I want to match even that. So if you can clearly see regular expression, there is another box in here. I can say I, it means ignore case. Okay, it will ignore the case. I. Fine. Now another regular expression. I want to match all the words which are 10 or greater in length. You understood the question? The words whose length is greater, equal to 10 or greater than 10.
And start with which letter?
Pardon?
Any letter you want it to be started with? Or only the number of characters?
Number of characters. So number of characters should be equal to 10 or greater than 10. So question is words that have length equal to 2 or greater than 10. This is the question. Okay. Any ideas? Okay, let us start off. So I have a specific boundary, right? So all I can say, a word
Open curly braces.
yes, curly braces, 10. It's taking server is taking a lot of time.
Then comma.
Yeah. So it's taking some time. Let us write a regular expression in. Okay, got it. Okay. Words with 10 or greater. You can see. Only 10, specifically 10. Fail again. See here. D, G. I want specifically 10 in length. Again, the same concept. Done. Okay. It should be a word, right?
If I want to greater than 10, I can add it the curly bracket plus. That mean more than 10.
No. Oh, more than at the Aman. Good question. I never tried it. Let us check.
So you get the more than 10.
Yeah, it's not giving more than 10. You can see. It doesn't work. See, if you want a specific kind of plus kind of, then we can go ahead with backslash W plus, but this would any number. So I want to say something like so specifically A to Z kind of A sorry A to Z and A to Z. Now using a plus. So using a plus takes a single character. Let us try here 10. No, only if you use brackets, it will only consider that many numbers. Okay.
So it will not work.
No, it won't work. Plus will not work. That's what. See, anywhere in the examples, you don't find that kind of stuff, right? It will not work. Okay.
Okay.
So you can use a comma to get more, or you can a specific length boundary 10 to 12 characters, then you can use comma 12. Okay. Then I want to get all the words which are starting with an vowel. A-E-I-O-U, which start with A-E-I-O-U.
I think so. It means you change the letter inside the boundaries.
So it's pretty simple. Just put in the group and A-E-I-O-U. Okay. Then what? Backslash, yes, capital S plus, so that it will consider each and every and a word boundary as well. Okay. But if you see, it is keeping off Eiffel, right? So I have to make sure ignore case so that it will match both capital and lowercase alphabets. Understood? Any questions so far?
No, it's all clear.
Okay. Now, I want to get these kind of words. Simple backslash W plus hyphen backslash W plus. Finished. Right?
Okay.
I want to get all the special characters available in this string. Anyone?
Special character.
Yeah, special characters in this string. Something like this quotes, commas, full stops, apostrophe if available. So these brackets. Not these, not these. So spaces, no, I don't want to consider space, only special characters. These are special characters, right? Commas, full stops, quotation marks, square brackets, etc. Right? This is what I wanted. So not A to Z capital letters, not lowercase alphabets, not 0 to 9, I mean digits, and not space character. Okay.
Can we add a dot and slash d, backslash d?
You mean instead of this, instead of 0 to 9? You mean instead of 0 to 9, you want to add a backslash d? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, we can, instead of A to Z, we can insert a dot.
Dot is any single character, right? It would match any character.
Yeah, yeah, okay, right.
So you can at most do backslash W.
Yeah. Okay.
Want to match, for example, you don't want a full stop to be selected. You can put in a dot. See, the full stop is not selected, right? It's not matched. You getting the point?
But I think a dot, can we only insert a dot instead of the W and D and S? Can you remove the W and D and S? I mean, I don't want only to select a dot.
You want me to select a dot?
I want to select everything instead of a dot.
Oh, instead of a dot. Okay.
Isn't this, yeah, isn't this should be every character? I mean, why did it select only the dot? I think we had to add the backslash before the dot to work fine.
Yeah, it's already added now. I mean, it will work. See, in grouping, if you write the character, it won't consider that as a operand, especially for dot. Okay, so you can escape it by backslash. It doesn't matter even if you do not escape. For dot only.
Why there is no difference?
I mean, it's implemented like that. I mean, the implementation itself is like that. See, generally, if you are writing, if for example, generally, if you want to escape a dot, right? We want to capture a dot, or we want to match a dot, then we would specifically escape that dot in order to say that don't use it as an operand, use it as a dot, literal dot, right?
Okay.
For example, Japan. Okay, Japan dot. I want to match Japan dot. Okay, so I will say J backslash S plus and a dot. So I say dot. So this dot, for if you see, it is taking it as a single character, right?
Yeah.
So because it matched even comma here. So I have to escape it. Don't take it as a single character operand. I'm talking about this. Any single character, right?
Yeah.
Don't take it as that, but instead you take it as a physical dot, as a full stop. Okay, so then we have to escape, right?
But if it is in the square brackets, it will be considered like a dot.
Yeah, but see, yeah, it is considered as a dot, but you can even apply the escape sequence. It doesn't make any difference. Even if you give it, don't give it. Doesn't make any difference. So I give it, I don't give it.
This happens only in the square brackets.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So now what else can we find? Can we find this kind of stuff? Yeah. I want to find out, match this kind of numbers or characters, whatever. Or else put in a couple of brackets, whatever in brackets, square brackets.
I think a backslash square bracket.
Backslash square brackets, yes.
And
Yeah,
yeah.
that's done. Right?
Yeah.
As simple as that. Any other things you want to know in this? You want to extract or match?
If we want to exclude all the things in square brackets, what to do? I mean, we need to select everything instead of the selected currently.
Oh, apart from the square bracket stuff.
Yeah, we should put this in a square brackets and add the not.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, okay.
So any regex we will do it after that. We will be inside the bracket, the square bracket.
Pardon?
You can specify.
Can you come again, Ashraf?
After that, this means that we need to use the square bracket every time to specify the
Not.
regex. To
Not.
specify some temp or
It's all about your requirement. See, if you want that kind of requirement, then you can square brackets. Otherwise, no. If you want apart from that, I mean not, then you can use square brackets.
Okay, so without not, we can use it without bracket, and with not, we needed to use it with bracket.
Right, exactly.
Okay. That's clear. Thank you.
Anything else we want to find out in the string? Any these, etc. Okay. Okay. Let us take a small data example for discussing extraction. Okay. Now, since we have learned regular expressions in here, we'll use this same string and try to get the output in Ruby. Okay. So till date, I mean, we have just seen regular expressions in Ruby. But how to apply methods in order to get the required stuff while programming, how to get that? Let us declare str equal to